Chapter 2577. There was no miracle. Genji came from the southern border and used only 100 years to defeat countless experts. 500 years to dominate the southern border, 600 years to become the Lord of 1,000 realms, 700 years to enter the Resplendent Academy, 300 years to become the second generation, and 50 years to become the first. My talent soared, and when I reached the 5th grade, I felt that I was invincible. I could defeat 80% of the half-step true God realm experts. I don't know why you won't admit defeat, but I know that if you want to continue, the price will be your life's worth of martial arts. Following Genji's words, the entire arena was in an uproar. It seemed like Genji's cultivation was not even enough for 1,500 years. The most terrifying thing was that he used 50 years to become the second generation's first. Moreover, according to the crowd's estimation, Genji could defeat 70% of the half-step true God realm experts, but the reality was that he could defeat 80%. This was close to being invincible among the half-step true God realm experts. You've only defeated a bunch of weaklings. Lin Ling was not moved by Genji's words. He slowly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Genji. Facing you, I don't even need to use 50% of my strength. The punch you gave me in the past, today, I will return it to you 100 times. Genji laughed coldly, and the black fog around his body began to spread. He began to make his move. Moreover, he did not intend to prolong the battle. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling cleanly and make Lin Ling leave Green State forever. The first and second generation of the Resplendent Academy are going to clash. I'm looking forward to it, but I feel that it will be hard for Lin Ling to win. He can't win at all. Although they knew that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, the crowd was still looking forward to this battle. Facing Genji's heaven-defying talent, how would Lin Ling deal with him? Evil Light's secret body, a 5th grade awakened godly body, but it is the strongest among the 5th grade talents. Lin Ling's heart of the sword can cut through the darkness. Facing this kind of talent, unless one has the cultivation of the true God realm, everything else is like paper. The other two vice deans said indifferently. They were even more pessimistic about Lin Ling. No way, Lin Ling is actually not doing anything. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed. This was because Lin Ling was standing on the stage, allowing the darkness to invade him. Being invaded by the darkness meant that he would lose without a doubt. Was Lin Ling stupid? Could it be that he was so stubborn about wanting to fight because he wanted to lose beautifully? Even Vice President Gong's eyes narrowed. Then, he became even more disappointed. The terrifying darkness enveloped Lin Ling without any suspense. At this moment, in the endless darkness, Lin Ling stood there indifferently, his face as calm as an ancient well. Genji's talent was indeed terrifying, but there were exceptions to everything. For example, against a true god, his heaven-defying talent was useless. It was also because sometimes, powerful strength could overturn everything. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. That was because Ancestor Dragon Granny came, and I took the initiative to withdraw my innate gift. Otherwise, do you think you would have been able to punch me? Now, take a look at the terror of my darkness. Let me tell you, Lin Ling, unless you kneel down, you will never walk out of this darkness. Come and fight, Lin Ling. In the endless darkness, a voice filled with disdain floated out. Genji was like the king of darkness, dominating everything. In his darkness, everyone's life and death was under his control. This was Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation. Relying on your innate gift won't allow you to go far. Genji, if you think you can rely on your innate gift to defeat all the second generations, then your end will only be the second generation. Lin Ling stared ahead and slowly opened his mouth. The two dantians in his body were currently fusing together. Can you only say such words to show off? Let me tell you, no one has ever walked out of my darkness. Laughter once again floated out. Genji only had disdain for Lin Ling. In truth, Lin Ling also knew how fierce Genji's innate gift was. Thus, he didn't erupt with the spacetime flames, but instead planned to use brute force to break through the darkness. His current strength was invincible in the half-step true immortal realm. He didn't believe that a mere Genji would be able to stop him. The sword in his hand began to burn. Since the start of the Pride tournament, he had been slowly erupting with his strength. This wasn't because he wanted to hide his strength, but because there was no opponent that could make him erupt with greater strength. Now, Genji barely had the qualifications. The two Danshians were wildly fusing together. One was at the 9th stage of the World King realm, the other was at the 8th stage of the World King realm. After fusing together, their strength had already entered the ranks of the true immortal realm. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, becoming sharper and sharper. Unfortunately, Genji didn't sense it at all. Even those outside of the martial stage didn't know this. They shook their heads and sighed. There were also people cursing Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. As for the powerhouses of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they all looked at the darkness of the martial stage with dignified expressions. In the World King realm, no one had ever been able to walk out of the darkness. Lin Ling was no exception. Darkness was the symbol of invincibility. Vice Principal Gong, in my opinion, this Lin Ling needs to be crippled. He has openly disobeyed your orders. Someone said as they looked at the Lotus stage. Everyone's complexion changed. How ruthless. They discovered that the one speaking was Xia Ren. The hunchbacked old man said with a dignified expression. But, his eyes shined with a sinister light. He clearly wanted to use this chance to eradicate Lin Ling. Hearing this, Vice Principal Gong fell silent. To be honest, he thought highly of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had rejected him in front of everyone this time, and he couldn't put down his pride. A vice principal couldn't even command a genius of the academy. How could he continue to be a vice principal? But to cripple Lin Ling. He definitely wouldn't agree to this in his heart. Let alone crippling Lin Ling, even if Lin Ling wanted to leave Azure Province, he still wouldn't agree. This was also the reason why he was disappointed. Lin Ling was bound to lose. After losing, he would have to leave Resplendent Academy. This was something he didn't want to see. This made things even more difficult for him. Lin Ling didn't retreat in the face of a strong opponent. How can we cripple him? Don't tell me that our Resplendent Academy is filled with people who admit defeat in the face of a strong opponent. At this moment, someone supported Lin Ling. It was Ancestor Longpa. A fellow who doesn't even put the vice principal in his eyes. How capable can he be? In my opinion, he will only exhaust Genji's strength. In the end, he will still kneel in the darkness. Xia Ren said sinisterly. What if Lin Ling doesn't kneel in the darkness? Master Xia Ren, don't tell me you will kneel in front of everyone. Ancestor Longpa said coldly. So what if I do? If Lin Ling kneels in the darkness, won't you, Ancestor Longpa, kneel in front of us too? Xia Ren immediately retorted. However, Ancestor Longpa didn't hesitate and nodded, don't talk about kneeling. Even if he kneels, giving you 3 slaps won't be a problem. She knew that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to defeat Genji. However, she also knew that even if Lin Ling lost, he wouldn't kneel. Lin Ling had a backbone. Alright, Vice Principal Gong will bear witness to this. The wrinkles on Xia Ren's face trembled. His smile became even more sinister. He seemed to know that Vice Principal Gong wouldn't cripple Lin Ling, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. However, he knew that if Lin Ling lost, the infamy he would bear would be heavy. Chapter 2578. Walking out of the darkness. No one has ever been able to walk out of Genji's darkness talent. At the critical moment, Xia Ren's words were like adding oil to the fire. That's right. Facing Genji's invincible talent, Lin Ling had no chance of succeeding, unless there was a miracle. However, why did Lin Ling still have to bite the bullet? Was he toying with them? No miracle can be born. It was unknown who shouted this sentence, but it caused the resentment of the Resplendent Academy to surge to the heavens. Yu Yu and the others clenched their fists. They never thought that Lin Ling, who had won such an honor, would be cursed like this today. But at this moment, a change finally occurred. No one had ever walked out from the darkness, but Lin Ling of the past could. Today's Lin Ling can still do it. The darkness suddenly surged like a tide, causing the surrounding sounds to disappear instantly. What happened? Look at the darkness. Someone exclaimed. Of course, he didn't need to say anything because many people had seen it. Suddenly, an incredulous thought rose in their minds. Could it be that Lin Ling was about to charge out of the darkness? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. One had to know that within the three academies, in terms of talent control, if Genji claimed to be number 1, no one would dare claim to be number 2. Other than the two strongest second generations, no one else had the confidence to rush out from the darkness, not even 10%. Whoosh! At this moment, sword light flashed, as if lightning was leaping in the darkness. That sword was blinding. The darkness that was even more stable than the void was forcibly sliced apart at this moment. It was so terrifying. Rumble. Next, a figure rolled out of the darkness like a rolling gourd. It felt as if someone had kicked him out. When the figure fell off the stage, everyone saw that it was Genji. Boom! This scene was as shocking as the heavens themselves. Paw! Before they could recover from their shock, a young man in a blue and white robe slowly walked out from the rolling darkness with a sword in his hand. He was like a storm that was about to sweep through the world under the calm night sky. His sword was still huge, but it was telling everyone. No one could walk out of the darkness. Now there was. It was the Dark Horse King, Lin Ling. Looking at the youth who was like a sword god, all the experts on the Lotus platform stood up. Around the martial arts platform, those martial artists who were sitting cross-legged also stood up at this moment. Their mouths were wide open. Had a miracle really happened? Impossible, Genji's talent is invincible within the World King realm. His sword heart cannot be broken and his martial arts are also difficult to break, unless he is at the true divinity realm. Vice President Gong said solemnly. He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. Everyone's hearts rumbled like thunder. They couldn't understand what was going on. You broke my darkness. On the stage, Genji crawled up from the ground, pointing at Lin Ling and exclaiming. His talent in darkness had always been successful, yet he had failed today. He couldn't believe the result in front of him. This isn't the first time. Unfortunately, Lin Ling slowly raised his sword and said indifferently. These words made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Lin Ling had also broken Genji's talent? When this fellow fought Si Xuanmei, did he still hide a hidden card? Lin Ling, I want you to lose. Hearing this, Genji's face turned red and blue. This should be his moment of glory. He wanted Lin Ling to be cleanly defeated and then prove that he was the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. He wanted everyone to know that their expectations of him were correct. However, he didn't win cleanly. Instead, he disappointed everyone. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't just him. Those who supported Genji were also ruthlessly slapped in the face. Even Vice Principal Gong was the same. Was this the Lin Ling that he wanted to abandon? Darkness return. Genji roared. The darkness on the martial arts platform was like a tide, swallowed up by him. You broke my talent, but don't think you've won. I can only say that you are stronger than I imagined. Now that my boundary has risen, I have already surpassed the World King realm. That is a boundary that you need to look up to. After darkness returned, Genji's strength climbed higher and higher. His world essence was terrifying. This result caused the people who were previously shocked to become energized at this moment. That's right. Genji's strength wasn't his talent, he had other powerful methods. Defeat him. Many people felt like they had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling, thus they roared out in anger. Even Vice Principal Gong subconsciously clenched his fists. Although he valued Lin Ling's counterattack made him lose even more face. Thus, he wanted Genji to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Genji was originally at the peak of the World King realm, but now he's 2 realms higher. Someone immediately shouted out. It could be said that even if Genji didn't use his talent, just the power of his world essence was enough to crush all the other second generations. Lin Ling, didn't you say you wouldn't admit defeat? Let's see if you'll still admit defeat. Genji, beat him until he admits defeat. Beat him until he kneels down and admits defeat. Do your best. Within Resplendent Academy, many geniuses roared out. As you wish. Genji's voice became low and deep, like a dark lion roaring. His long hair became like a sea urchin, a ghastly sight. With a single step, the entire martial stage cracked open. It was terrifying. A strength that surpassed the World King realm by 2 realms, this was absolutely a half-step true immortal. This was the strongest strength that had erupted since the Pride tournament began. Even the other first generations in the distance had dignified expressions. This was a second generation. This was clearly a powerful generation, alright. Bang! Genji shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. With one hand behind his back, he punched out, seeming overbearing and confident. Following his terrifying punch, a dark lion appeared in front of Lin Ling. Its giant claws ruthlessly swept out, causing darkness to sweep through the martial stage like an astral wind. Still not enough. Increase my strength by 3 realms. Another roar came out from Genji's mouth. He punched out again. Another dark lion appeared, shocking the world. This dark lion was clearly even more terrifying. This was because it surpassed the World King realm by 3 boundaries. Genji can surpass 4 realms. Someone said in a dignified voice. This was because they had seen the most terrifying Genji before. And this was indeed the case. Genji's world essence strength climbed higher and higher, gradually surpassing the World King realm by 4 realms. He punched out with both fists, causing a storm of darkness to appear. 3 lions appeared in 3 different directions around Lin Ling, their claws ruthlessly sweeping out. 3 different directions, this sealed off all of Lin Ling's escape routes. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could win. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Bang! In the end, the strength of all the lions gathered and exploded. Bang bang bang. The terrifying strength caused the martial stage to explode into small islands. This was the second martial stage to be destroyed after Lin Ling. Chapter 2579. Lin Ling in the midst of eruption. Terrifying, worthy of being the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. A half-step true god expert said with a pale face. Facing such a terrifying power, even they could only swallow their hatred in the underworld. Lin Ling, you deserve it, now you know how strong senior brother Genji is. Damn. Damn Lin Ling, he obviously can't win against Genji but he forced him to erupt with such power, this is a waste of Genji's energy. Damn. Senior brother Genji is noble, Lin Ling is lowly. Damn. At this point, no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Genji landed on a broken martial stage, his breathing was a bit rushed, he had erupted with 90% of his strength, although it was a waste of his strength, he was very satisfied, at least he let everyone know that he, Genji, was the strongest. He opened his arms, looking up at the sky. Coming out of my darkness, Lin Ling, you are the first, but under my full strength, no one can win against me, not even in the World King realm. Miracles are not so easy to give birth to. His voice was filled with strong confidence, but it was also filled with confidence, as if he was proud. However, just as his voice fell, a cold voice sounded out. I'm sorry, miracles are not so hard to give birth to. The voice was calm, but it was like thunder, striking deep into everyone's heart. Everyone looked over, only to see Lin Ling holding his sword, blocking in front of him. That sword had actually blocked all of Genji's Dark Lion's attacks. He was like an undefeatable god of war. With a single sword, he had actually blocked the attacks of a 4th-level world king. At this moment, Genji's pupils shrank. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. He was someone who could defeat 80% of a half-step true god. How could Lin Ling be so hard to deal with? You're only a so-so. At the same time, Lin Ling drew his sword. His sword slashed out, a power even greater than Genji's erupted. The sword light was like water. The power that Genji had unleashed before was cut apart like tofu. Lin Ling was completely unscathed as he calmly walked out from the dancing power. His long hair, his blue robe, his sword, it was a shocking sight. The shock this time was even more terrifying than before. How can you still not be defeated? Genji stared deadly at Lin Ling. He had already unleashed such power, but Lin Ling was still unharmed. He roared angrily, finally erupting with all his strength. A strength that surpassed the World King realm by 5 boundaries. His speed also increased, almost reaching the speed of 2 realms. A streak of darkness shot towards Lin Ling. The space immediately exploded, destroying everything in its path. A fist shot through the sky. It didn't contain any martial arts, it was just a tremendous amount of world essence energy, ruthlessly suppressing Lin Ling. Seeing this, countless people held their breaths. They clenched their fists, their palms covered in sweat. Was there still a miracle? There shouldn't be any this time. However, the answer was that there was. Because the current Lin Ling was the Lin Ling who was in the midst of his eruption. The erupting Lin Ling was so terrifying that it could even alarm the great Azure God dynasty. Bang! Lin Ling sheathed his sword and also punched out, but his world essence energy was even greater than Genji's. Bang bang bang! The two people's fists collided. Layers upon layers of dimensional storms swept out. Many people were sent sitting on the ground. However, their eyes were still staring straight ahead. Defeated 80% of half-step true gods. Lin Ling maintained his punching posture, but his mouth had a cold smile. Looking at Genji, his face was pale. After facing Lin Ling, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. His punch seemed to have landed on a mountain, there was no reaction at all. Instead, Lin Ling gave him a strong pressure. I'm sorry, I'm invincible among half-step true gods. Bang! Lin Ling's world essence exploded, it was earth-shattering, and Genji was unable to block that punch, his body flew back. Lin Ling took a step, the stage beneath his feet crumbled into dust, he chased after Genji. Genji, Resplendent Academy's 2nd generation number 1, not bad, to be able to force me to use my full strength, it's an honor for you to lose. Everyone around the stage could hear Lin Ling's tyrannical voice. Their hearts trembled, this was the erupting Lin Ling. How terrifying! Lin Ling defeated Si Xiumei, he really did not use his full strength. Bang bang bang! Under Lin Ling's tyrannical voice, Genji was like a sandbag, he was beaten from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the sky, the entire 3-ring city was shaken. As for the faraway 2nd ring city, the martial artists were shocked, they were extremely excited. Finally, they saw a battle that was beyond their imagination. These geniuses were truly terrifying. Of course, it was not just Second Ring City, the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was watching this battle. Countless powerhouses had solemn expressions. A ninth-stage world king, it was unknown if he relied on his cultivation method or talent to erupt with such strength. Was this invincible among half-step true gods? At the same time, Lin Ling had created a miracle. He was the genius who had jumped realms to fight, the genius who had jumped realms the most. I admit defeat. After an unknown amount of time, a pained voice floated down from the sky. The faces of countless people froze. On a broken stage, Genji was kneeling there, his face bruised and swollen. In front of him stood a handsome youth, looking down at him. The entire process was calm and collected. Who was stronger and who was weaker, from the current situation, it could be clearly seen. Admit defeat. These two words were clearly imprinted in the hearts of every Resplendent Academy's second generation. It was like a resounding slap to their faces, leaving them speechless. Even Vice Principal Gong's face was red from the slap. He wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat for the sake of Resplendent Academy's honor. But now, Lin Ling had told him just who was the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. Just who should admit defeat. I'm old. Vice Principal Gong muttered to himself. At this time, towards Lin Ling, he only felt a deep sense of guilt. He didn't even dare to look up at Lin Ling. This youth who had fought so resolutely because he didn't want to admit defeat was now proud and powerful in his heart. I was wrong. Vice Principal Gong was the first to speak out. Then, in front of countless people, he knelt down towards Lin Ling. This. The crowd cried out in alarm. As the vice principal, his strength was monstrous. With just a move of his leg, he could shake the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. But now, in order to admit his mistake, he actually knelt down on one knee. No one knew of Vice Principal Gong's painstaking efforts. When he wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat, it wasn't because of Lin Ling, but because of Resplendent Academy. Therefore, if he didn't admit his mistake now, their Resplendent Academy might lose a powerful genius. If this genius were to leave, it would be a loss for Resplendent Academy. The other two academies would definitely be more than happy to snatch this genius away. Those who misjudged Lin Ling before, apologize now. There was also a senior who shouted loudly. After saying that, he took the lead and knelt down on one knee to apologize to Lin Ling. The entire Resplendent Academy was silent, but soon, a large number of geniuses also knelt down on one knee. Sorry, we were wrong. Although they had scolded Lin Ling before, it was for the sake of Resplendent Academy. They didn't want to lose face in front of the other two academies, so they wanted Gong to enter the finals and win glory for them. Chapter 2580. Meng Lu vs Tian Kuang, the Battle of the Spotlight. Following that, a large number of youths knelt down. The scene was spectacular. Brother Ling. When she saw this scene, even Yu became emotional. Lin Ling had once again done something that would cause one to be deeply moved. This moment belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, stared at the crowd emotionlessly. Without a word, he left the battle stage. Previously, he did have some resentment in his heart. However, Vice President Gong had personally knelt down to apologize. This made his anger disappear. After all, Vice President Gong was a prominent figure. Since he was willing to put down his pride and admit his mistake, how could Lin Ling be calculative? Moreover, Lin Ling was not that kind of person. As for Genji, he was still kneeling on the stage. His face was pale and filled with panic. Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling's strength was definitely 6 realms above the World King realm. He could not help but think of the previous battle. Could it be that Lin Ling had defeated him at that time? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed bitterly. He had willingly given up his position as the second-generation strongest. He even had a feeling that Lin Ling had already stepped into the first generation. Moreover, the first generation was not Lin Ling's limit. Even the Great Azure God dynasty was not Lin Ling's limit. Losing to such an opponent, what was there to be unsatisfied about? Ironically, such a strong opponent had actually admitted defeat for him and allowed him to enter the finals. At this moment, he felt that he had lost face. At this moment, the entire shattered stage was still silent. The people from the other two academies looked at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Many ancient martial artists looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. They thought of how Lin Ling had risen step by step from the 200,000 second-generation geniuses to the finals. All of this was like a dream. Moreover, in terms of cultivation time, Lin Ling was actually the #1 genius of the Pride tournament. This was because his growth time was the shortest. Xia Ren, why aren't you kneeling? At this time, a sneer suddenly sounded. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. At this moment, she was more excited than anyone else. She and that damned old man Xia Ren had a grudge for many years. She had always been unable to find a way to make the latter suffer, but now, thanks to Lin Ling, she had a way. Therefore, she rubbed her hands and walked out with a sneer. Ancestor Dragon Granny, what are you doing? Seeing Ancestor Dragon Granny's smiling face, Xia Ren's face turned pale. He looked at Ancestor Dragon Granny with a look of panic. Earlier, many people from the Resplendent Academy had knelt down to apologize, but Xia Ren hadn't. But now, did he want to escape this calamity? Everyone can see the promise you made earlier. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled sinisterly, causing many experts to smile and look at Xia Ren. You're ruthless. Xia Ren also knew that with so many experts present, he had no choice but to kneel. Hence, he knelt down without hesitation. Ancestor Dragon Granny arrived in front of him, blew on her palm, and viciously slapped him. Paw! The crisp sound of the slap seemed to land in Xia Ren's heart, causing his old face to turn red. He was an exceptional talent in the past, and he was also a boundary master. He was highly respected, but now, he was slapped in the face in front of countless eyes. What a stinky face. Your old face is thicker than a city wall. My hand actually hurts from slapping you. What made him explode was that Ancestor Dragon Granny had slapped his face and actually despised his old face for having too many wrinkles and thick skin. Then, he saw Ancestor Dragon Granny take off her shoe, which made him subconsciously ask, "What are you doing?" "I like to slap with my shoe." Ancestor Dragon Granny used her actions to answer him. Paw! Using a shoe to slap his face was indeed much more refreshing. You! Xia Ren's eyes were red. The reputation he had built for his entire life had been thrown away. Ha! The crowd roared with laughter. Being slapped in the face by the sole of a shoe, Xia Ren didn't need to show his face in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty anymore. Perhaps tomorrow, when others met him, they would ask him if it felt good to be slapped in the face by a shoe. Paw paw. After 3 consecutive slaps, Ancestor Dragon Granny's heart was carefree, incomparably carefree. There was nothing more satisfying than using a shoe to slap your opponent's face in public. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would actually accomplish what she had dreamed of her entire life. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. They never expected that Lin Ling would enter the finals. In their hearts, Lin Ling's image had already been raised infinitely. Especially the other 2 vice presidents, their faces were the most solemn. Was he invincible among half-step true gods? It was hard to estimate who would be the winner of this world's #1. Thinking of this, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Vice President Gong, who was at the side, immediately felt refreshed after apologizing. Lin Ling entering the finals was clearly better than Genji. Their academy's chances of winning first place had greatly increased. What's wrong, my two old friends? I can see that the sweat on your foreheads is bigger than soybeans. There's really no need to panic. The finals haven't started yet, so it's hard to say. However, our resplendent academy's luck is really bad. The strong geniuses have all been eliminated, leaving Lin Ling behind in the end. However, his strength has exceeded my expectations. You guys were right to remind me to leave one person behind between Genji and Lin Ling. Although I made the wrong choice, if I didn't, how would I be able to see the explosive Lin Ling? Haha. Vice President Gong couldn't help but laugh. The other two vice presidents' faces were gloomy, unable to find words to refute. After all, they only knew a little about Meng Lu and Tian Kuang's strength, so they were lacking in confidence. The semi-finals would soon be Meng Lu and Tian Kuang's battle. This was a battle that would be the focus of attention. These two were the most famous among the second generation, and their strength had always been a mystery. Now that the two strongest were facing off, it seemed like they couldn't hide their strength anymore. Even Lin Ling was looking at the two indifferently. Since the start of the Pride tournament, the only person he was wary of was Meng Lu. Moreover, Meng Lu's appearance was also beyond his expectations. Perhaps he was Lin Ling's strongest opponent after coming to the martial god realm. Therefore, he also wanted to see how strong Meng Lu was. Lin Ling, who will win between the two of them? Other than Lin Ling, no one knew who was stronger, so Xian Yuangu asked curiously. The one facing me in the finals will undoubtedly be Meng Lu. Lin Ling said directly. Is he really that strong? Xian Yuangu and the others were surprised, but like Lin Ling, they were looking forward to the battle even more. Under everyone's gaze, two figures appeared on the stage. One of them had long hair like a blade, giving off a tyrannical aura. He was tall and sturdy, and his hands were also extremely long. It was Tian Kuang. I think that in this Pride tournament, the two of us are the strongest. Tian Kuang was the first to speak. His tone was calm, but it was domineering. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling's strength with his own eyes, but he wasn't afraid at all. This made people wonder if Tian Kuang was stronger than Lin Ling. Chapter 2581. The Demon God's Tomb. Meng Lu's voice was extremely strange. It was neither male nor female. Coupled with his white hair, it gave off a mysterious feeling. Most importantly, he floated on the martial stage like a god. Meng Lu, I know you are strong, but I want to know where my limit is. I've fought true God realm experts before, and I've defeated them, but I feel that you're stronger than a first-level true God realm expert. In this proud world tournament, only you have the qualifications to make me respect you. The rest of the trash don't even have the qualifications to make me look at them, including Lin Ling. Tian Kuang's voice constantly floated out. This was the most he had spoken since the start of the tournament. Because only Meng Lu had the qualifications to make him speak so much. You give me the feeling that you are very strong, so I am also looking forward to seeing your strength. As for the others, they are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Meng Lu also spoke. Just as Tian Kuang thought, the others were all trash. Hearing this, the crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. These two strongest second generations were really arrogant. Moreover, they didn't even put Lin Ling in their eyes. Then, there was only one explanation. Their strength was enough to fight a true god. As for Lin Ling, he was only an invincible half-step true god. The two were different concepts. From the start of the Pride tournament, these two people seemed to be above the other second generations. They didn't seem like second generations at all. The Imperial Censor also spoke. Their strength should be able to fight a first-level true god. No matter what, these two are terrifying monstrous geniuses. The great Azure God dynasty can't let them go. The Grand Council official also spoke. The Imperial censor nodded. Now, there should be many powerful forces that are moved by them. The great Azure God dynasty was very powerful in the Azure province, but there were many forces that couldn't be underestimated. For example, the Heavenly Court, Fortune Travel Manor, and Flying Dragon Organization. These were all organizations that were spread throughout the 9 province. Even if the great Azure God dynasty wanted to eradicate them, it was beyond their reach. Begin. A cold shout instantly sounded out, as if the horn of battle had been blown. Tian Kuang took the lead. His entire body emitted smoke. The smoke seemed to drift, but it was like a blade that could cut through the world. His cultivation was at the peak of the World King realm, but it had obviously risen by several realms. At least 6 realms. There are already 7. Sensing the terrifying Jia Yuan aura, many experts shouted with solemn expressions. Far away from the stage, Genji's pupils constricted. They were both second generation first, why was the difference so huge? He finally knew that even if he'd entered the finals, he was obviously not a match for those 2 people. First madness. Tian Kuang roared again. In the end, he increased his cultivation by 7 realms, and his body instantly vanished. With a speed that surpassed that of 2 realms, he shot toward Dreamflow. What a fast speed! This is the fastest speed I've seen since the Pride tournament. Countless second generations clenched their fists in disbelief. As for Meng Lu, he floated in the sky with his white hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were half closed, and there was a cold look in them. He reached out with one hand, maintaining the posture of a clenched fist, but his 5 fingers suddenly spread open. Rumble. Circle after circle of white ripples shot out from his hand, and they continued to expand, as if they were going to envelop Sangwon City. Elementary Grade 5 Boundary Martial Art, Divine Ripple Clouds. With this martial art, everyone knew that no one from the second generation would be able to stop him. Since the beginning of the Pride tournament, he was another genius with a 5th-level martial arts. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed. Because Meng Lu's cultivation realm increase was even more terrifying, reaching 8 realms. Meng Lu must have trained in some powerful martial art, or his talent gave him such an advantage. One must know that Lin Ling had 2 dantians, so the second dantian could raise 8 realms. But Meng Lu could do it too. How could Lin Ling not be shocked? The white ripples were very fast, causing Tian Kuang's expression to change. He roared in his heart, and his speed reached the limit. 3 realms speed. This guy. Even the 3 vice deans exclaimed in surprise. 3 realm speed, it could be said that with this speed, none of the second generation could attack Tian Kuang. After the 3 realm speed, Tian Kuang was getting closer to Meng Lu. His claws grew longer, and it was a shocking sight. Just 1 claw, and the battle would be over. The power of that claw would definitely be able to destroy 10 realms, or even more. Tian Kuang's martial arts and talent seemed to increase speed and strength, but in reality, he had already reached the level of 3 berserkers, and was even stronger than before. He made it. In just an instant, many people exclaimed. The white ripples were dodged by Tian Kuang, and they shot into the distance, causing the distant sky to split open. I won. Tian Kuang had a confident smile on his face. In a battle with Meng Lu, unorthodox martial arts were useless. The only way was to go all out from the beginning. This was because using unnecessary battle techniques might cause him to lose even faster. But in the next moment, a terrifying aura spread, causing Tian Kuang to look up, and his eyes narrowed. The sky in front of him had unknowingly turned into the land of the Tomb of the Gods. Tombstones sat in the sky, and paper money fell from the sky, giving off an indescribable feeling of loneliness. In the distance, a huge snow maple tree swayed, as if it was a testament to the ancient war between gods and demons. The tomb of the gods and demons. Moreover, this terrifying scene was seen by everyone on the ground, causing their bodies to tremble. What talent is that? No one knew what Meng Lu had done. Ah! Ah! At this moment, a group of people dressed in white, carrying coffins, sprinkling paper money, and sobbing as they passed through the sky. This was a funeral procession. This talent is really powerful. It looks like a 5th grade talent, but its potential is limitless. Even Lin Ling felt great pressure. This strange talent, I'm afraid even a stage 1 true god expert would be affected by it. Queen Qianji immediately said, as expected of the Tomb Guardian clan. Ah! She was lucky to have met the Tomb Guardian clan in the past, so she was familiar with the 9 states' 10 evils. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, not many people knew about the Tomb Guardian clan. The 9 states' 10 evils were the most mysterious and terrifying existences. To most people, they only appeared in rumors. What's the use? Ah! Tian Kuang was able to become the strongest 2nd generation of Zhongling Academy, so he was no weakling. He roared and rushed forward again. However, wisps of white flames floated in front of him, blocking his path. But he was confident in his strength, so he still rushed forward. He avoided the flames, but when he was getting closer to Meng Lu, the flames moved. It seemed slow, but it enveloped Tian Kuang at the speed of 2 worlds. Tian Kuang had the speed of 3 worlds, so he could have avoided it. But there were too many strange flames around him, and as they floated, there was a rhythm of heaven and earth. He could avoid the first wave, but he could not avoid the second wave. Boom 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 boom. After coming into contact with the flames, Tian Kuang seemed to be fine, and his body was unharmed. However, his face turned pale in an instant. He realized that his soul was being burned by the flames, and it was burning bit by bit. The flames were not harmful to the physical body, but directly to the soul. He was sure that even a wisp of flames would be able to kill a half-step true god expert. Chapter 2582. A truly formidable opponent. 5 berserkers wounding the heavens. Tian Kuang roared to the sky and used his strongest trump card. It was as if he had gone berserk and became even crazier. However, he did not lose his rationality. Using the sudden increase in strength, he charged out of the fire circle and pounced on Meng Lu. Tian Kuang is indeed worthy of his name. Go! Seeing this, the morale of the Zhongling Academy's geniuses soared. Even their dean was the same. Tian Kuang was obviously good at close combat. As long as he got close, even a first-level true god would be wary. As he got closer and closer to Meng Lu, the focal point of the battle was about to begin. However, Meng Lu seemed to have entered dreamland. He was still floating in the sky, looking mysterious. He muttered to himself, 5 berserkers wounding the heavens. As expected of the Kuang clan. This is a method to kill 1,000 enemies but injure 800 of your own. Go! He instantly saw Tian Kuang's strengths and weaknesses. This method of forcefully exploding strength was actually a double-edged sword. It's enough to defeat you. Go! Tian Kuang's voice was filled with domineering aura. His left eye flashed. It was the berserk light. He gently placed his right hand under his body and swept it toward the sky, causing the sky to darken instantly. Very quickly. 3 realms speed. And the strength was enough to kill a first-level true god. Most importantly, although the claw seemed far away, it appeared in front of Meng Lu in an instant. Meng Lu was going to lose. Everyone had the same thought. That claw was too terrifying. Is it over? Go! Yu Yu and the rest were also solemn. However, Lin Ling kept staring at Meng Lu. Finally, he shook his head. Not necessarily. Go. Among the crowd, there were not many who thought that Meng Lu would not lose. Lin Ling was one, and so were the 3 vice deans and other experts. And the truth was as such. A sudden change occurred. Just as Tian Kuang's giant claw was about to hit Meng Lu suddenly raised his hands to the sky and looked up at the sky. An indescribable sound came from his mouth. It seemed to be a prayer. The terrifying thing was that the space around him froze. Time and space had stopped. His entire body turned white, so white that it was dazzling. And at this moment, that terrifying claw finally swept over him. But just as it touched him, something strange happened. Tian Kuang, who was still hundreds of meters away, was pulled by a mysterious force and instantly appeared in front of Meng Lu, unable to move. Dreamflow, on the other hand, was like a god of the underworld. His right hand slowly reached out, passed through Heaven Kuang's body, and suddenly grabbed. A multicolored light appeared in his hand. When he pulled it back, he suddenly clenched his fist. Crisp sounds rang out at the same time. Countless people saw the multicolored light explode, and a large amount of memory fragments scattered out. Soul extraction. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Tian Kuang's soul had already dispersed. Tian Kuang is dead. His soul has been destroyed. The experts on the gigantic lotus said solemnly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the light that exploded was Tian Kuang's soul? What was going on? They clearly saw that Tian Kuang was about to defeat Dreamflow, but the moment he touched Dreamflow suddenly pulled Tian Kuang closer, and then his soul was extracted. This Dreamflow was too heaven-defying. In long-range attacks, Dreamflow's methods were stronger, but in close combat, he would die upon contact. Invincible. This was invincible. Unless it was a mid-stage true god expert suppressing him with a huge force, even if they were of the same realm, they would be his match. Without a doubt, this invincible battle shocked the great Azure God dynasty. The eyes of many hidden forces flickered, and they were considering extending an olive branch to Dreamflow. The experts of the great Azure God dynasty were puzzled. What was Dreamflow's background? His methods were actually so strange. Dreamflow wins. When the voice drifted out, everyone also began to accept reality. But who was the number 1 of the Pride world? They were also clear at a glance. The finals begin. After everyone was shocked for a full 2 hours, a voice immediately drifted out. However, many people looked at Lin Ling and seemed to have guessed that Lin Ling did not dare to go up. Of course, no one mocked Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling and Dreamflow were not geniuses of the same era. Lin Ling was not a match. This was normal. As for the 3 major academies, apart from Heavenly Saint Academy, the people from Resplendent Academy and Sangling Academy were all ashen. The Pride tournament was clearly Heavenly Saint Academy's martial stage. They could only be supporting characters. Come up, Lin Ling, kill me, and the Pride tournament's number 1 is yours. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly drifted out. Dreamflow, who was in the sky, looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said. This surprised many people. Dreamflow was challenging Lin Ling. He was already recognized as number 1. Why was there a need to challenge him? Moreover, Lin Ling was weaker than Tian Kuang. Was this battle meaningful? However, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not speak and walked step by step toward the martial stage. Lin Ling's actions also surprised everyone. No one thought that Lin Ling would really accept. This Lin Ling dares to accept the challenge. Even Vice Principal Gong found it hard to believe. He felt that Lin Ling admitting defeat was a very normal thing. Why is Big Brother Ling going up? Why? Of course, it was not only Vice Principal Gong who did not understand Lin Ling's actions. Even Yu Yu and the rest were the same. One had to know that Lin Ling had previously told her that Dreamflow could defeat a large number of first-stage true gods. This made her realize that Lin Ling was probably not the other party's match. Therefore, she guessed that Lin Ling would admit defeat. In reality, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling was invincible in the half-step true god realm and could fight with a first-stage true god. However, to defeat a first-stage true god was a little difficult. In an instant, the entire three-ring city was in turmoil. The martial stage was already shattered. Therefore, both of them were floating in the sky, attracting countless gazes. Now, these two were the two strongest second generations. One was ranked number 1 and the other was number 2. There was no need to doubt their strength. Of course, the number 1 was obviously more powerful and had unfathomable might. I knew you would definitely go up. You wouldn't give up such an opportunity because your eyes are different from others. You're very calm and don't have any fear towards me. In the sky, Dreamflow was the first to speak. Lin Ling looked at the other party and couldn't help but sigh. This Dreamflow was indeed powerful. This was because Dreamflow's eyes were also very calm. However, there was a cold glint in the calmness. This kind of opponent gave people a mysterious feeling. This was a truly formidable opponent. I have a feeling that you want to kill me. Therefore, I'm here. Lin Ling said indifferently. In fact, other than this reason, he also wanted to know where the mystery of the Tomb Guardian tribe lay. Previously, when Dreamflow defeated Tian Kuang, it gave Lin Ling the feeling that Dreamflow was like a porcupine. He couldn't move, and the moment he moved, his soul would be stolen. How did you know? After Lin Ling's voice, the always mysterious Dreamflow's eyes flickered. Chapter 2583. The invincible Meng Lu. Hearing this, Meng Lu fell silent and looked deeply at Lin Ling. In fact, among all the second-generation descendants, the only one he feared was Tian Kuang. But now, he discovered that this Lin Ling wasn't simple. This was because Lin Ling seemed to know something. Disregarding everything else, there weren't many people who knew about Underworld Masters. Underworld Masters were also a type of boundary master, but they specialized in the Underworld Dao. This was also the mystery of the Tomb Guardian clan. You're right, and I do want to kill you. Meng Lu finally said. Is it the 4 great commanderies? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, my opinion of you has changed. Meng Lu smiled for the first time, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. Could it be that Meng Lu, who had never placed Lin Ling in his eyes, now considered Lin Ling to be a more formidable opponent than Tian Kuang? That's right, someone from the 4 great commanderies used a large sum of money to hire me to buy your life. Of course, the 4 great commanderies aren't enough to enter my eyes. Those who would pay a large sum of money for your life are ambitious and ruthless. Meng Lu said. Sovereign Marquis. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. However, he just finished speaking when Meng Lu roared with laughter. But aren't you underestimating me too much? Do you think mere divine crystals can move me? That's an insult to me. I want to kill you for another reason. These words clearly startled Lin Ling. He frowned and said, Is it because of your origin? You know more than I thought. Yes, I need to guard a tomb, but the tomb can't do without a master. Originally, I wanted to guard Tian Kuang's tomb, but I discovered that he didn't meet my requirements, so I thought of guarding your tomb. As for the reason, it's because you're a 9th stage world king, but you're the 3rd generation of the 2nd generation. In terms of brilliance, you're indeed above Tian Kuang. So that's how it is. Oh. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The Tomb Guardian clan was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils. Their style of doing things was strange. They needed to guard the tomb of an expert, and Dream Flow had chosen him. You knew that I wanted to guard your tomb, so why did you come up here? Could it be that you think you can defeat me? Or have you found a way to break my invincibility? Dreamy Flow added. After their conversation, he also knew that Lin Ling was not a simple person. When he thought about how Lin Ling had started from a nameless nobody and ended up in the finals, he began to value Lin Ling even more than Tian Kuang. And that kind of emphasis was not on strength, but on scheming. Lin Ling's scheming was even more terrifying than Tian Kuang's. No. However, Lin Ling nodded honestly, which stunned Meng Lu. Then why did you still dare to come up here? Are you not afraid of death? You can understand it that way. Alright, enough nonsense, let's fight. Lin Ling shook his head as his fighting spirit boiled. You really want to fight me? Meng Lu was still in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly. Although Meng Lu wanted to kill him, Lin Ling felt that Meng Lu was also an honest person, so Lin Ling did not hate him. Of course, although Lin Ling did not hate him, he would not show mercy. Because this was a battle of life and death. And also because this was a battle where Lin Ling had stepped into the true immortal realm. If he refused to fight, then he had a feeling that he would not be able to break through the true immortal realm. Although the people on the ground did not know what they were talking about, they vaguely heard that Lin Ling seemed to admit that he was not Meng Lu's match. He's not Meng Lu's match, but he still dares to fight. Is he crazy? Didn't he see Meng Lu's invincible technique? I think he's not even as good as Qin Kuang. He'll be defeated in one move. Countless voices rang out, and everyone was shocked. Vice President Gong frowned. He also did not understand why Lin Ling wanted to die. As for the Sovereign Marquis and the powerhouses of Grand Court Commandery, they sneered. They were already prepared to collect Lin Ling's corpse. Red Jade Tiger, this guy from your Martial God Battalion is very similar to you. He knows that he is invincible, but he still wants to fight. He won't turn back until his head bleeds. What a stubborn man. Lord 8 said. Red Jade Tiger was secretly sweating on behalf of Lin Ling. Even he did not know how Lin Ling would break through invincibility. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, the finals began. An oppressive atmosphere filled the sky. What was terrifying was that Meng Lu treated Lin Ling even more seriously than he treated Qin Kuang. He directly sent out a mysterious funeral procession. The demon god's tomb appeared in the sky once again. This mysterious talent could affect a martial artist's mentality. If a martial artist's mentality was unstable, at least 40% of their strength would be suppressed. Moreover, with the appearance of the demon god's tomb, Meng Lu's strength increased greatly. Lin Ling can't even block one move. Meng Lu is actually using his full strength from the start. Is he going to kill Lin Ling cleanly? Not necessarily. I feel that Meng Lu is respecting Lin Ling. That's why he didn't play with Lin Ling. Instead, he gave Lin Ling a clean cut. A series of exclamations could be heard. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled. He naturally knew that Meng Lu respected him as an opponent. In fact, Lin Ling knew that Meng Lu believed that Lin Ling was inferior to Tian Kuang. However, Meng Lu was indeed a terrifying opponent. He was calm, composed, and decisive. Even if such an opponent was weaker than Lin Ling would not underestimate him. Not to mention that Meng Lu was stronger than him. At this moment, Lin Ling also saw Meng Lu raise his hands and clench them into fists. It seemed that he was going to activate the 5th grade martial art. Most importantly, Meng Lu had both hands. Looks like this guy is going to kill me without any hesitation. As for the might of that martial art, Lin Ling had seen it before. Killing him wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, Meng Lu had raised his strength by 8 boundaries to the peak of the World King realm. God Ripple Cloud, Dark Ripple Cloud. Meng Lu coldly shouted. He was like a god of the underworld. His fists opened wide. Black and white waves of light rushed towards Lin Ling, their speed reaching the speed of 2 realms. Before they even approached Lin Ling, the terrifying pressure made it difficult for the martial artists on the ground to breathe. Black and white, this was even stronger than Tinquang's. There was no suspense in this battle. Lin Ling could raise his strength by 6 boundaries, but Tinquang had raised his strength by 7 or even 8 boundaries. Yet, hadn't he still been defeated? And reality was the same as imagination. The destructive waves of light immediately submerged Lin Ling. He's dead. This wasn't an evenly matched battle to begin with. Looking at the sky, countless people shook their heads. They weren't surprised by this result. Ha! Vice Dean Gong sighed. Even now, he still didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to continue fighting. This was simply throwing away his life. No, Big Brother Ling can't be defeated. This must be fake. Yu Yu and Xian Yuan Gu shook their heads. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. As for Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others, their eyes widened. They had followed Lin Ling from the Martial God Battalion and had witnessed Lin Ling create miracles. In their hearts, Lord Lin Ling was the most incomprehensible genius they had ever seen in their lives. However, after such a genius came to the Pride Tournament and met an even more invincible genius, would Lord Lin Ling perish? Chapter 2584. Flame Coffin Descends. Her. Only those who had enmity with Lin Ling felt that everything was normal, and even wished to see this scene long ago. But right at this time, in the sky, the 2 black and white light waves did not penetrate the horizon. Because in front of the 2 light waves, a wretched figure holding a sword blocked the black and white light waves. What? In that instant, the people who shook their heads previously were shocked like celestial beings at this moment. One had to know, that terrifying light wave could kill all half-step true god realms, but Lin Ling blocked it. Even Meng Lu's eyes flashed. But he could also tell that although Lin Ling blocked his attack, it was clearly a deathbed struggle too. I thought that a miracle would be born, but it's merely a mantis blocking a chariot. Someone stared at the sky and suddenly let out a gloating voice. Clearly, many people also discovered that Lin Ling was indeed a deathbed struggle. But even so, Lin Ling still used his sword to block the 2 light waves. That fighting spirit and tenacity made countless people admire endlessly. You all should learn more from him. No idea which academy's senior looked at his disciples and said at this moment. Those disciples nodded one after another. For Lin Ling to be able to become a dark horse, what he relied on was not luck, but fighting spirit and willpower was the basis of his pride. Ah! At this time, blood overflowed from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes were red, and the boundary essence within his body was also roaring crazily. Meng Lu's attack was indeed terrifying, the power was too powerful. However, he had already prepared to refine all of the harvests he obtained from the 9 Dragons realm previously. And now, borrowing these divine crystals, his realm was also constantly rising. He knew that with his strength not long ago, he was bound to lose. Therefore, his only chance was to break through realm. Otherwise, he would have long erupted with wind and cloud transformation, rising 3 realms again, and dodging that black and white light wave. The gap between me and him is too great. If my realm doesn't rise, this is an unequal battle. Therefore, raise your realm for me. Lin Ling roared in his heart. But in everyone's eyes, his life was in danger. The merciless light wave was going to drown him at any time. The sword in his hand began to tremble. as if his strength was exhausted. A flash in the pan. Many people sighed and shook their heads. Boom! But the moment they shook their heads, a terrifying aura finally erupted. The strength of a 10th-level world king surged outwards, unstoppable. With that enormous power, Lin Ling's sword became even more stable. Moreover, the Ashura sword formation flew out with the heart of the sword mixed within. Together with Lin Ling, they blocked the two waves of light. This miraculous scene caused everyone's eyes to widen. Lin Ling actually broke through. But at the same time, a strange matter occurred. Lin Ling broke through to the 10th level of the World King realm, but the strength within his body continued to surge out, becoming increasingly strong. Even Meng Lu sucked in a cold breath. Unknowingly, he had taken Lin Ling to be an opponent as powerful as Tian Kuang. However, was that all Lin Ling had? It had to be known that Lin Ling's first Dantian had reached the 10th level of the World King realm. At this time, the remaining power of the divine crystal was rushing towards his second Dantian. The second Dantian began to crazily rise from the 8th layer of the Realm King realm. Pressure was truly worthy of being the best lubricant for advancement. 9th level of the World King realm, 10th level of the World King realm. The boundaries of the two Dantians were equally divided. Of course, the first Dantian was clearly more formidable. However, the fusion of the two Dantians had caused Lin Ling's strength to more than double. This caused the originally unfair scales to begin to tilt. Go! Meng Lu was indeed worthy of being called a calm genius in battle. As he saw that the situation wasn't right, he immediately waved his hand. Countless mysterious flames fluttered out, like wisps of ghostly fire. These flames could easily wound a first-level true divinity powerhouse and burn their souls. Most importantly, Lin Ling couldn't avoid them. And these flames and waves of light joined together to suppress Lin Ling. Who? Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone's breathing quickened, their complexions brilliant. They never imagined that Meng Lu would erupt with such a method against Lin Ling. This method was even more ferocious than what he had used against Tian Kuang. In truth, they didn't know that in Meng Lu's heart, Lin Ling had already surpassed Tian Kuang. Lin Ling, he is the second strongest of the second generation. Even if Tian Kuang hasn't died, he still isn't Lin Ling's match. It was unknown who shouted out, but this caused all the martial artists present to fall silent. That's right. Before this, Tian Kuang hadn't dared to receive the attack of the waves of light, but Lin Ling had. Moreover, he had persisted until now. This seemed to explain everything. Most importantly, the aura that erupted from Lin Ling's body was even more formidable than Tian Kuang's. What a pity, what a pity. If Meng Lu wasn't here, Lin Ling would have been the proud number one. But many powerhouses also shook their heads in pity. This was because these two attacks were already suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling absolutely wouldn't be able to block them. Of course, Lin Ling also saw the flames floating towards him. The aura of these flames let him know that this was a middle 5th grade martial art. This was a martial art that only a true divinity could cultivate. Thus, he couldn't block it. Boom! Before the flames even got close, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. The waves of light had also begun to injure him. At the same time, the mysterious flames that filled the sky sealed off all of Lin Ling's escape routes. He had nowhere to run. Finally, the flames gathered together as if a demon god had awakened, causing the sky to become incomparably resplendent. The earth immediately fell silent. This time, Lin Ling should have been completely defeated. Is it finally over? Ha! Meng Lu also let out a light breath. He didn't know why, but the pressure that Lin Ling gave him was increasing. This guy who had repeatedly created miracles seemed to be omnipotent. Now that he saw Lin Ling completely die, he finally felt at ease. Of course, while he was satisfied, he also felt a bit of regret. It seemed that he was somewhat reluctant to kill such a monstrous genius like Lin Ling. From now on, you, Lin Ling, will become my Meng Lu's first tomb. Even if countless powerhouses enter the demon god's tomb in the future, you, Lin Ling, will always be the first tomb. Ha! Meng Lu said as he looked ahead. Thank you for your love, but I have no plans to be your tomb. However, just as his voice fell, an indifferent voice floated over from the other side. At the same time, multicolored flames appeared in another part of the sky. There, a youth carrying a flame coffin slowly walked over. He held a sword at an angle, looking like a demon god that had awakened from the demon god's tomb. He was Lin Ling. A flame coffin, a blue robe, and an ancient sword. This strange and demonic scene undoubtedly shocked Three Ring City into silence. Before, Lin Ling had faced two great attacks and had nowhere to retreat. Yet, he hadn't died. Just what had happened? At this time, Lin Ling was slowly walking forward, but the mysterious flames around him were rapidly shooting towards him. However, Lin Ling's steps didn't stop. He seemed to be motionless, but he strangely avoided these flames. The entire process was as light as clouds and as smooth as flowing water. Speed of 2 realms. This time, no one made a sound, but Meng Lu was the first to cry out in alarm. He had always given off a mysterious aura, but this was the first time he had revealed a surprised expression. And because of this, the pressure that Lin Ling gave him was growing increasingly great. Chapter 2585. Death upon contact. Those flames have 2 realms speed. Lin Ling seems to be able to dodge them easily, but he definitely has 2 realms speed, or even surpassed it. This means that if all the second generations were to attack Lin Ling at the same time, Lin Ling would be able to dodge them with his speed. It's the mysterious flaming coffin behind him. I didn't expect Meng Lu to be as mysterious as Lin Ling. Many people realized that Lin Ling seemed to be getting stronger and stronger in the battle with Meng Lu. And this kind of genius who got stronger the more he fought was obviously more terrifying than those geniuses with strong innate talents. Most importantly, this was originally a one-sided battle, but Lin Ling seemed to be starting to create one miracle after another. Lin Ling could be called the king of miracles. Not only has his speed increased, even his strength has increased. The flames coming out of his body give off a feeling that we can't underestimate him. The 3 vice deans also spoke one after another. Every cloud has a silver lining. Lin Ling seemed to have quietly risen. Vice President Gong's body trembled, his hands trembling with excitement. The flaming coffin had descended. This gave him an intuition that Lin Ling seemed to be blowing the horn for a counterattack. Although he still didn't know if Lin Ling could win, he knew that Lin Ling would definitely make his move. This martial art of yours is very powerful. It actually raised your strength by 3 realms. In addition to your previous increase in strength, you're twice as strong as Tianquang. At this time, Meng Lu spoke again. His words surprised Genji the most. He then laughed bitterly. Compared to Lin Ling, the difference was like heaven and earth. You could have used this mysterious flaming coffin from the start, but you didn't. You wanted to borrow my attack to break through. Meng Lu said again. He was from the Tomb Guardian clan and was unpredictable, but the flaming coffin gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. Lin Ling didn't deny it and nodded directly. Right now, he was in his strongest state. He had used all his trump cards and was preparing for the final clash. It's my turn. Lin Ling carried the flaming coffin on his back. Borrowing the flaming coffin's endless power, he held his sword and shot at Dreamflow. Dreamflow's long-range attacks were very powerful, so the only way to defeat him was to engage in close combat. Upon seeing this, Meng Lu's expression turned grave as he analyzed the situation in his mind. Compared to Tian Kuang, Lin Ling's boundary essence was twice as strong as Tian Kuang's. However, his speed was slightly slower. After all, Tian Kuang had the three-realm speed. Of course, although Lin Ling's speed was a bit slower, Lin Ling's overall strength was even more terrifying. This was because Lin Ling possessed Sword Heart. Death Blaze. Dreamflow shouted out loud. The mysterious flames that controlled the demon god's tomb all rushed towards Lin Ling. Previously, Tian Kuang had the three-realm speed, but even he couldn't avoid the flames burning his soul. Lin Ling definitely couldn't avoid it either. He could avoid the first, but he couldn't avoid the second. True enough. The mysterious flames that filled the sky surrounded Lin Ling. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists. They were extremely nervous. Their thoughts were the same as Dreamflow's. Lin Ling was clearly about to be burned by the flames. However, Lin Ling still carried the flame coffin as he shot forward. The flame coffin had a terrifying power gushing out, allowing him to avoid the flames. Some flames even blocked off all of Lin Ling's paths. However, even though Lin Ling seemed to have no way out, he still walked forward. This feeling was as if Lin Ling was an illusion. He had clearly created another miracle. Dreamflow's pupils trembled. He cried out in disbelief, "You are also an enchantment master." Before, the biggest reason why Tian Kuang couldn't avoid his flames was because those flames were arranged according to the enchantment. That was the underworld array. But Lin Ling had avoided it. Moreover, his footwork was strange. It was clear that he had seen through his enchantment. Lin Ling, you can do it. Amazing. From no hope, you've gradually risen to 90%. This Lin Ling is indeed the king of dark horses. Under the ground, voices of admiration sounded one after another. Lin Ling had clearly used his willpower and strength to completely convince those geniuses. Most importantly, those who admired Lin Ling were not only from the Resplendent Academy, but also the geniuses from the other two academies. However, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Dreamflow. Next, he would face the invincible Dreamflow. Previously, Tian Kuang had also approached Dreamflow, but in the end, his soul was scattered. This made everyone know that Dreamflow was a hedgehog. Touching him would result in death. His talent and ability were truly heaven-defying. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped. They wanted to see if the invincibility could be broken, and also wanted to see if Lin Ling was a flash in the pan. You can do it. Yu and the others all shouted. They were even more nervous. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. All of his realm essence condensed on the Azura sword formation. He abandoned the 48 swords, and with Sword Heart and the flame coffin on his back, he stabbed toward Meng Lu. This sword could be called a sword from beyond the heavens. The power of this sword could kill a first-level true god. Fire Dao and Sword Dao completely merged at this moment. The two ultimate martial arts also intersected. Even Lin Ling did not expect that he would display such a terrifying sword. However, whether it could defeat Dreamflow, he was still not sure. What a sharp sword! Dreamflow's white hair danced wildly, like a demon god standing in the sky. Even now, he had to admit that Lin Ling was terrifying. If he did not have that invincible ability, he admitted that he was not Lin Ling's match based on his own strength. Come! He muttered to himself and chanted the sacrificial words. The mystery of the Tomb Guardian tribe was also completely revealed. His entire body turned white, like a god, but also like a demon. Those who touched it must have triggered the forbidden. At the same time, the sword also arrived. The most crucial spacetime was about to be triggered. However, Dreamflow's talent was indeed terrifying. The moment the sword touched Dreamflow's body, a strange aura spread out. Soul extraction. In the distance, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he sensed a mysterious sacrificial power enveloping his body. Time also stopped at this moment. By the time he reacted, a tomb guardian god had already appeared in front of him. It was Dreamflow. His expression was emotionless as his right hand slowly reached towards Lin Ling's body, wanting to extract his soul. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn as they once again witnessed Dreamflow's heaven-defying ability. This was true invincibility. Lin Ling, defeated. His soul scattered. This was the thought in everyone's heart. Dreamflow's talent was certain to kill anyone who touched it. Impossible, how can there be such an invincible talent in the chaos of the universe? Is it really untouchable? There must be a flaw. Lin Ling's body could not move, but his mind was thinking intensely. Even Li Xiaoyao of the past had never seen such a heaven-defying talent. However, he believed that there was no such thing as an invincible talent. The reason why he was invincible was because he had not found his flaw. All-encompassing demonic eyes. In a flash, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. His left eye became demonic as countless talismans flickered. He did not believe that there was an invincible existence in the world, so he wanted to use the all-encompassing demonic eyes to see through everything. Chapter 2586. Number 1 in the world. Even Dreamflow believed that Lin Ling's soul had already dissipated. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to discover that it was extremely difficult to extract that soul. This was because Lin Ling's soul was too massive, as if it was connected to his body like tree roots. If he didn't have the innate talent of the Tomb Guardian clan, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to touch souls, let alone soul extraction. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would be such a monstrous genius in all aspects. Physical body, talent, speed, attack, fire path, sword path, and even soul. However, although it was difficult to get it, it only took more time. As for Lin Ling's soul, it was as if it had left the water's surface. Even the people on the ground could see a huge light emerging from Lin Ling's body. But at this moment, Lin Ling's pupils changed. He seemed to be able to control his sword. There is no such thing as invincibility. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's furious roar rang out like a fury that could burn the heavens. His sword hummed and shot towards Meng Lu's forehead. This was because Dreamflow's innate talent was very heaven-defying. Touching any part of the body would cause one's soul to be extracted. Only the hair-sized area between one's eyebrows was safe. That was the place to break the invincible realm. Not good. Sensing the cold sword, Dreamflow seemed to be pleasantly surprised from a dream. His expression changed drastically as he quickly let go of Lin Ling's soul and retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword had already pierced between his eyebrows. Boom! As if the taboo of the ceremony had been broken, the entire sky exploded, and strands of mysterious energy spread out. Meng Lu's face was pale, and a sword hung between his eyebrows. You lost. Almost at the same time, a proud voice drifted out as if it had alarmed the 9 regions. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling held his sword in one hand, the tip of the sword pointed at Meng Lu's eyebrows. Meng Lu stood there, blood flowing from his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief. Many people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The words, "You've lost," were still ringing in their minds. The invincible Dreamflow had actually been broken by Lin Ling. One had to know that from the very beginning, the gap between Lin Ling and Dreamstream was very, very big. It was so big that no one thought that he could win. There was no hope at all. However, Lin Ling relied on his willpower and fighting spirit to narrow the gap step by step. He broke the Dreamflow in everyone's hearts and finally turned defeat into victory. This Lin Ling was worthy of being called the King of Miracles. My strength is already in the first generation, and I'm not weak in the first generation. The reason why I can't dominate the first generation is because my cultivation base is too weak. In my opinion, all the second generation are just chickens and dogs. No one can defeat me, but you. A dispirited voice came out of Dreamflow's mouth as he stared at Lin Ling. Why didn't you kill me? Lin Ling's sword only needed to move forward a bit more, and he would have been killed. I didn't fight you because you're invincible, but because I want to fight myself. I want to challenge the limits, I want to fly higher, I want to dominate the 9 states. So, I just need to win. There's no need to kill you. Lin Ling muttered to himself, put away his sword, and stood up. The biggest reason why he fought was not because of his opponent, Dreamflow, but because of himself. Only by being fearless, only by stepping over the knot in his heart could he walk toward a broader sky. His opponent was himself. I didn't expect to meet such a terrifying genius in Qingzhou. I'm sincerely convinced. Lin Ling, I believe that it won't be long before you leave Qingzhou. Dreamflow looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling saw him as an opponent, but not as a mortal enemy. He also saw Lin Ling as the most terrifying opponent in his life. Until now, only Lin Ling had succeeded in breaking the invincibility. He even thought that no one in the same realm could break his invincibility in this lifetime. In this Pride tournament, you, Lin Ling, have already surpassed the rest of the world. In the end, he personally admitted that Lin Ling was first. The ground remained silent. After a while, an uproar rose and fell. Everyone watched as Lin Ling went from a nameless nobody to the king of dark horses, to the king of miracles, and then to the second generation of the Pride tournament. The entire process was soul-stirring and memorable. Good, good, good. Vice President Gong of the Resplendent Academy was so emotional that his eyes were moist. Old Gong, we're sincerely convinced by this genius of your Resplendent Academy. Even the vice presidents of the other 2 academies spoke solemnly. After such an intense battle, they also believed that Lin Ling deserved to be called the Pride Tournament. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a brief moment of silence, the entire land was filled with cheers. Those who were familiar with Lin Ling all had tears in their eyes, and they were extremely excited. Of course, those who wished to see Lin Ling dead were extremely gloomy. Lin Ling had almost died several times, but Lin Ling was lucky enough to escape death time and time again. Moreover, he was getting stronger and stronger. This junior must be killed. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice muttered to himself as he rubbed his fingers with his hands behind his back. In the past, although he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't do it personally. He also wouldn't spend the effort to kill Lin Ling. Now, however, he felt that it was necessary to put in some effort to kill Lin Ling. He's already the #1 enemy of our commandery. If we don't kill him, he'll be a nightmare for our commandery. The sovereign of the Grand Court commandery muttered to himself. After a cold snort, he strode away. Obviously, everyone had their own thoughts, but soon, a faint laughter drifted out. Lin Ling, the champion of the Pride tournament, can enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I, Qi Yuhu, will present the Marshal's seal to Lin Ling on behalf of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. From now on, Lin Ling is the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion. Qi Yuhu waved his arms and laughed proudly. Boom! Countless people were shocked. The Marshal of the Martial God Battalion, the leader of the 6 battalions. This also meant that Lin Ling was now a member of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was the identity that all the geniuses in the world yearned for. The sovereign of the Grand Court Commandery, who was about to leave, trembled violently. Lin Ling had become the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion. It would be difficult for him to kill him. What a wonderful battle. Even I am nervous. Lin Ling, very good, very good. At this time, the censor stood up and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He looked as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. This was because even he thought that Lin Ling was bound to lose. However, Lin Ling seemed to be hiding a secret that allowed Lin Ling to turn defeat into victory. You have become the champion of the Pride Tournament. At the same time, you will be rewarded with the disaster-releasing pill and 3,000 Renhuan pills. Moreover, you can enter Second Ring City. After that, the censor announced the rewards. This made countless people breathe heavily. Those rewards were priceless. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling said lightly. With the disaster-releasing pill, Lin Ling, had the chance to step into the true God realm. However, don't be too complacent. There are countless experts in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. There are many people who are more powerful than you. The censor said again. Lin Ling nodded. His cultivation level was not the highest in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, he would not be complacent. After receiving the rewards, the group of people left one after another. However, at this time, a smiling voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling, are you interested in reporting to the Flying Dragon Organization? If you become an assassin of the Flying Dragon Organization, not only will you be able to wash off your wanted list, but you will also have the Flying Dragon Organization as your backing. This voice was very strange. It seemed to be secretly reminding Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile slightly. He did not say anything and nodded lightly. Chapter 2587. The reactions of all the major forces were shocked. Of course, the forces that had enmity with Lin Ling were also considering whether they should shake hands and make peace. This year's Pride Tournament is undoubtedly Lin Ling's stage. Not only has he become famous in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, he has even taken over the position of Marshal of the Martial Gods camp. If all of this is true, the De Yuan Mansion cannot afford to offend him. Although the De Yuan Mansion has a grudge with him, it is not too big and can be resolved. Understood. It's good that you understand. No matter what, you have to let him vent his anger. You have to endure the beating and scolding. In the past, the Great Yuan Mansion's Yuan Yi and had provoked Lin Ling and was killed by Lin Ling. The Great Yuan Mansion was furious at that time. A mere Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant. Was he courting death? But now, they didn't dare to be arrogant. They wanted nothing more than to curry favor with Lin Ling. Looking at his background and talent, he can't be compared to Meng Lu, but he still won. This guy has so many secrets. No matter if the space-time divine steel is with him or Queen Qianji, I must get it. The Sovereign Justice Marquis strode away. He coveted the space-time divine steel, so he would definitely not let Lin Ling go. Everyone left, but the people of Three Ring City were still talking about it. They were all shocked by how Lin Ling had turned defeat into victory. In fact, many people couldn't understand how Lin Ling won. However, Lin Ling had used his willpower and fighting spirit to create miracles time and time again. They felt that Lin Ling could win because he relied more on his willpower. When the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy left, they held their heads high and puffed out their chests proudly. What are you so proud of? If it was Lin Ling, we would admire him, but you? Just a bunch of clowns. That's right, you guys made Lin Ling admit defeat and let Genji go to the finals, your faces are really thick. The one we admire is Lin Ling, not you fence-sitters. The geniuses of the other two academies spoke in disdain, causing the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy to open their mouths, unable to refute. As for the crowd, Genji followed silently, his heart laughing bitterly. At that moment, Meng Lu also left. However, he had a somewhat dispirited look on his face. He had suffered quite a blow. Meng Lu, although you're from the 9 states 10 evils, it doesn't mean that you're the strongest monstrous genius. You must learn to be courageous. We, the Gravekeeper clan, sent you here to gain experience. We want you to see yourself clearly. At this moment, a faintly discernible voice sounded in Meng Lu's mind, causing him to be shocked. How could the pride of the Tomb Guardian clan disappear from his body? I know. Next time, I will defeat him. As expected of one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, Meng Lu immediately adjusted his mentality after experiencing a defeat. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had returned to the rainforest market. Even the second generation of the Resplendent Academy is back. It seems like they didn't get a good ranking in the Pride tournament. That should be the case. Compared to the other 2 academies, the Resplendent Academy is still a little weaker. Your information is too outdated. I just received news that the shopkeeper of the rainforest market got a good ranking. That can't be. I often go to the rainforest market. That shopkeeper is very young. He got a good ranking. Heavens, such a person is actually by my side. What's his ranking? Did he enter the top 10? Number 1 in the Pride world. In the streets and alleys, the rogue cultivators were chatting with each other. TSK, number 1 in the Pride world. That's a lot of gold. This shopkeeper must have entered the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I have to curry favor with him. Many cultivators were heading towards the rainforest market. One had to know that they could only stay in First Ring City because their status was too low. Obviously, getting to know a junior with great potential like Lin Ling was beneficial to them. For a moment, the business of the rainforest market was booming. Many people came because of the reputation. This made Gong Yangjiang smile. It was as if he saw countless divine crystals floating towards him. He discussed with Lin Ling and planned to open a rainforest market in Second Ring City. They even planned to open a branch in Third Ring City. Lin Ling naturally agreed and handed it over to Gong Yangjiang to manage. His current status and strength had greatly increased. He also had the qualifications to do so. Not long after, Vice Principal Gong came personally. Haha, Lin Ling, congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations. A voice immediately sounded out, causing everyone in the market to be overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. The vice principal's strength was monstrous. He could be said to be the person in charge of half of Fifth Ring City. Greetings, Vice Principal. Greetings. However, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Yu and the rest smiled bitterly. It seemed that Brother Ling was still blaming the vice principal for abandoning him. However, this was normal. Brother Ling was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. After being abandoned, Brother Ling would definitely hold a grudge. Vice Principal Gong quickly looked at Ancestor Longpa. He knew that Lin Ling seemed to be giving Ancestor Longpa a lot of face. Ancestor Longpa understood and said, Lin Ling, this time, you have won great glory for the Resplendent Academy. The Academy intends to reward you with 50 million divine crystals and can satisfy any of your conditions. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. A verbal apology was not practical. Only a reward was a sincere apology. Then, he pondered for a moment and said a large number of materials. Vice Principal Gong felt dizzy. Lin Ling had listed no less than 200 million kinds of materials, and many of them were extremely precious. Their total value was probably no less than 50 million divine crystals, and even if one had divine crystals, they might not be able to buy them in a short period of time. This guy. Vice Principal Gong shook his head helplessly. However, if he wanted Lin Ling to let go of his prejudice against him, he had to pay these treasures. Moreover, he was the one who was wrong first. Okay. In the end, Vice Principal Gong nodded and said with a smile, from today onwards, you are part of the Resplendent Academy's first generation. In the Academy, other than the few forbidden areas, you can walk freely. Moreover, you can enter Three Ring City. Thank you, Vice Principal Gong. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. That smile made Vice Principal Gong feel bitter. This stubborn brat finally stopped complaining about him. At this time, Lord 8th and Qi Yuhu arrived and congratulated Lin Ling. Qi Yuhu looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. I didn't expect that in such a short time after leaving the martial god barracks, you would not only become a second generation, but also the strongest second generation. Thinking back on it, it all feels like a dream. In the past, the martial god barracks had supported Lin Ling to enter the Resplendent Academy. At that time, Chiyuhu's greatest expectation for Lin Ling was that Lin Ling would become a genius of the three great academies. Who would have thought that not only would Lin Ling succeed, but he would also perform a feat that exceeded his imagination. Now, he was very satisfied. Very satisfied. Even Lord 8 was extremely satisfied. When Qi Yuhu had introduced Lin Ling to him, he didn't think highly of Lin Ling. However, reality had proven that his judgment was inferior to Qi Yuhu's. Now, he raised both hands in approval of Lin Ling accepting the martial seal. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care about the martial seal from the beginning. However, he had to give Qi Yuhu face. Chapter 2588. The tyrannical song sword evolved into an immortal treasure. Although we agreed to let you inherit the martial seal, the martial god battalion belongs to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. 3 months later, you must go to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and receive the martial seal. Red Jade Tiger said. He seemed to be even more excited than Lin Ling. Lord Marshal, why do I feel like you're throwing a mess to me? Said Lin Ling helplessly. Qi Yuhu's pupils constricted. What kind of mess was that? That was the position of marshal that countless strong cultivators dreamed of. He and 8th Jew were completely speechless towards Lin Ling. After talking with these ancient powerhouses for a long time, Fortune Manor's Sunset Glory also came to congratulate him. Of course, Lin Ling also asked about the Immortal Temple, but he was still looking for it. However, after Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride Tournament, Fortune Manor would work even harder to find it for him. This was an unchanging fact. That night, Yu and the others congratulated Lin Ling. After the banquet, Lin Ling hugged his 2 wives and went to sleep. Looking at his 2 lovely wives, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He didn't plan to sleep, but to check his cultivation. Currently, both of his Dantians were at the 10th stage of the World King realm. His strength could defeat a first-stage true god. Then, he swallowed the disaster unleashing pill. He could clearly feel that the world spirit in his Dantian had changed. It began to transform into a world river, and the world essence's power became even greater. Moreover, Lin Ling split the pill's efficacy into 2, allowing both of his Dantians to slowly increase. Of course, Lin Ling knew that it would take some time before he could truly break through. On the second day, someone from Resplendent Academy delivered materials and divine crystals. These divine crystals are all yours. Lin Ling didn't plan on taking the divine crystals himself. Because he had swallowed all his savings, there was still a lot of unrefined spiritual energy in his body. Therefore, he planned on giving them to Yu, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, and the others. After all, the rainforest market had always been under their care. They followed him, and as a lord, he had to do something. My lord is mighty. We are going to step into the ranks of the second generation too. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were all excited. For the next 3 months, all of you will work hard and strive to enter the top 100 of the second generation. As for Yu, you must enter the top 10 of the second generation. Lin Ling poured cold water on her. Sir, you want us to enter the top 100 among 70,000 people in 3 months. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others cried out in surprise. If you can't do it, then you're not qualified to follow me. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently and said, only pressure will generate motivation. Only then will we fight to the death. Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water and swords group shuddered. If it was someone else who said this, then they would definitely be disdainful, but these words came from Lin Ling's mouth, so they firmly believed it without a doubt. This was because Lin Ling had led by example and repeatedly faced the pressure head-on. Other things aside, the battle with Dreamstream was the best example. My lord, I will definitely enter the top 100 in 3 months. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Chess Boy, DBIMO, and the others all nodded solemnly. In a distant place, their masters were extremely depressed when they learned of all this. Chess Boy, DBIMO, and Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword all had masters, but no matter how their masters spurred them on, Chess Boy and the others were lazy. On the contrary, Lin Ling's words made these guys' fighting spirit soar, and they even dared to challenge the impossible. Who was their master in the end? In the following days, Lin Ling also focused on helping Yu Yu and the others improve their strength. Yu Yu and the others had cultivation resources, and with Lin Ling's guidance, their ultimate martial arts also quietly improved, and they all stepped into the true realm of Tao. Yu Yu even comprehended the heart of 5 elements. Of course, Lin Ling himself was not idle. He used the materials given by Vice President Gong to forge the tyrannical Song sword. His sword was currently at the level of a precious weapon, but it was no longer compatible with Lin Ling's strength. If they fought, the sword would break easily. Therefore, he upgraded the tyrannical Song sword to the level of an immortal treasure, and it was a 5th grade immortal treasure, which increased the chaotic energy by 2 to 5 levels. One had to know that a 1st grade immortal treasure would increase the chaotic energy by half a level, while a 2nd grade immortal treasure would increase the chaotic energy by 1 level, and so on. The chaotic energy was like the heart of sword, and its attack power was extremely strong. Lin Ling did not upgrade the tyrannical Song sword in other areas, but only focused on increasing the attack power. That was because swords were known for their attacks. After spending a long time, the new tyrannical Song sword was finally forged. It was completely black, and the Azura Chi was extremely strong. At the same time, Lin Ling also cultivated the Azura sword formation to the 2nd level. A total of 81 swords. When the sword formation appeared, the sky changed color. Moreover, among the 81 swords, there were 2 swords that could not be underestimated. One was the Heart of Sword, and the other was the chaotic sword brought by the tyrannical Song sword. It could be said that in 3 months, Lin Ling's strength had increased by 30%. He knew that Meng Lu, geniuses like geniuses must have also increased their strength, but in terms of the difference, no one could compare to Lin Ling. 3 months later, the day to receive the Marshal's seal had arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Ling walked out of the Yulin market with Yu Yu and Xian Yuan Gu beside him. When the 3 of them came out, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people on the street. Some handsome young men who came here for the first time almost wanted to walk over to Yu Yu and flirt with them. However, the cultivators beside them immediately reminded those guys, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Those were actually Lin Ling's women. Lin Ling, this name was at the outermost area of Qingzhou. He was an emperor-level figure, who dared to provoke him. Lin Ling, I'm here. At that moment, a steady voice suddenly sounded, and a short and strong young man walked over from afar. It was He Shi. The battle between you and me can finally begin. After He Shi arrived, he first bowed. That respect was not feigned. Lin Ling's gaze immediately swept over him, and he could not help but smile. Looks like you've recovered in these 3 months, and your heart of stone has also improved. Although He Shi had lost an arm, he had recovered with the help of rare treasures. Most importantly, his heart of ultimate martial path, which had disappeared, had also recovered and improved slightly. He Shi was calm, but he could not help but smile proudly when he heard that. From falling from the spiritual pedestal stage to rising again in just 3 months, this was not something that anyone could do, so he was also proud, which was rare for him. However, there's no need for you to fight with me. However, Lin Ling quickly spoke again. What, senior brother Lin Ling, could it be that you're afraid of me? He Shi frowned and said. Although he was confident that he was not Lin Ling's opponent, his strength had increased greatly, and he should be able to give Lin Ling a headache, so he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him. Chapter 2589. Enter Sanhuan City. Yu Yu understood Lin Ling's intention and walked out with a smile. It's her. Black Stone naturally knew Yu Yu. She was also a powerful beauty in the Pride tournament, but she wasn't among the top 10 second generations. She's not my opponent. Black Stone frowned. That was before, but not now. You want to fight with me to increase your strength, and she can let you know your weakness. Lin Ling told him the reason why he didn't want to fight. Okay. Okay. Black Stone wasn't Quang Ba's man, so he immediately nodded. The two of them started to fight on the street. Black Stone had the ultimate martial path, Stone Heart, and he had a lot of experience in martial arts. However, after fighting Yu Yu, he found that Yu Yu's martial arts were not much weaker than his. Most importantly, Yu Yu also had the ultimate martial path, 5 Elements Heart, and she seemed to be more powerful than him. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle attracted the attention of the onlookers, and they all exclaimed. The female shopkeeper of the rainforest market is also powerful. TSK, she can even defeat a half-step true immortal. Defeat? I think at least 70% of the half-step true immortals are not her opponent. Wow! So beautiful, like a fairy, and so powerful. I can only look at her from afar and can't profane her. Wow! Those handsome young men who wanted to seduce Yu Yu were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Because Yu Yu was much stronger than them. I admit defeat. Okay. After an unknown amount of time, Black Stone said gloomily. He thought that his strength had increased, and he should be qualified to fight with Lin Ling, but who knew that he couldn't even win against Lin Ling's woman. As for fighting Lin Ling, there was no need to think too much about it. Did she have any fortuitous encounter during this period of time? Why did her strength increase so much? Then, Black Stone looked at Lin Ling with countless doubts in his heart. Because he's giving us pointers. Lin Ling didn't say anything, but Yu Yu did. Black Stone was stunned. Lin Ling had given Yu Yu some pointers, and then Yu Yu's strength had increased so much. Well, can you give me some pointers? Black Stone hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire street immediately became silent. Wasn't Blackstone here to challenge Lin Ling? In the end, it had become an apprenticeship. Lin Ling also shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't have time now, so he pushed it to the next time. Then, he left with Yu Yu and the others. But when Blackstone saw that Lin Ling didn't refuse, he immediately became excited. He had a feeling that in these 3 months, Lin Ling's strength had increased the most. It was only 3 months before the World Pride Tournament, and Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. This guy really couldn't be measured by common sense. Currently, I'm only 1 place away from the top 30 of the second generation. In 3 days, I'll enter the top 30. Alright, let's see who's faster. I just defeated the top 45 of the second generation. My colleagues, you have to work hard, or I'll definitely catch up with you. Not long after Lin Ling left, a few voices filled with fighting spirit came from afar. It was Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others. Blackstone was immediately stunned. Because he worshipped Lin Ling, he was very familiar with the people around Lin Ling. If he remembered correctly, those guys had just become 3rd generation not long ago. In 3 months, they had rushed into the 2nd generation. And into the top 50. After all, there were 70,000 people in the second generation. Could it be that Lin Ling had given them pointers again? At the thought of this, Blackstone's eyes burned with passion. He couldn't wait to worship Lin Ling as his master. My master has been focusing on their martial arts characteristics for a month. That's why they have today's strength. While he was dumbfounded, several figures walked out from the market. They were Lin Ling's former disciples, martial god Yonggu and the others. They had endless cultivation resources by Lin Ling's side. In addition, with Lin Ling's pointers, their strength had increased greatly. I'm the latest to come to the Resplendent Academy, but now I'm a third generation. Lin Ling is my big brother. A bald young man touched his bald head and smiled as he followed the few people. A black snake was wrapped around his arm. He was Little Flame. The black snake on his arm was Li Xiaoyao's former mount, the black-scaled divine snake. These were all Lin Ling's companions who had fought alongside him in the past. Because they were too weak after coming to the martial god realm, they had all cultivated bitterly in the rainforest city, striving to catch up to Lin Ling's footsteps. Blackstone looked at these people, his heart pounding. He could almost see Lin Ling forming a huge force. Most importantly, the growth of these forces was as monstrous as Lin Ling's. Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu to the three-ring city once again. This was not a place where anyone could enter. Those who could enter were either rich or respectable. They were famous in Qingzhou. That's a white dragon mount. Suddenly, Yu Yu let out a cry of surprise. In the distance, a white dragon carrying a palace was rushing over in a grandiose manner. Rainbow Peacock. Xianyuan Gu looked into the distance. There was a giant peacock with rainbow-colored feathers that made it seem like the king of all birds. It was dragging a carriage, and it landed on the ground as well. Last time, they had followed the geniuses of Resplendent Academy, thus they hadn't seen such a magnificent scene. The rainbow peacock isn't much. That carriage is the true treasure. It is a 6th-grade immortal treasure with extremely formidable defenses. Even Lin Ling sighed. Qingzhou was indeed worthy of being one of the 9 provinces. The powerhouses here had deep backgrounds, completely incomparable to the martial artists from the other realms. It had to be known that Lin Ling's sword was a 5th-grade immortal treasure. However, a mere carriage was more precious than his sword. From this, the disparity could be seen. As they approached, they could see ancient city walls towering over them. The royal aura was extremely rich. Beneath the wide jade city gates, there weren't many martial artists that entered. But, from their clothes, it was clear that their backgrounds weren't small. It's the governor's son. Welcome back. The city gates were guarded by a massive number of powerhouses. They were all at the 9th stage of the World King realm. Even so, these powerhouses constantly bowed to those that entered. This was because those that entered were all divine officials of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Their statuses weren't low. In the entire Qingzhou, they were existences that stood above tens of thousands of people. Of course, because they were backed by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they more or less had a royal aura. This was completely different from the people of the 3 great academies. Lin Ling also quietly looked over with his 10,000 elephant demon eyes. He discovered that the royal aura was extremely formidable. It could make one impervious to all evil and greatly increase one's defenses. These 2 young ladies are really beautiful. Are they entering 3-ring city? At this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded from the side. An elegant young man in a golden robe walked over while leading a white horse with a single horn. The horse was called the Fantasy Pegasus, and it possessed the speed of 2 realms. It could quickly pass through a myriad of realms, and it was extremely valuable. Looking at the young man, the robe he wore was a good immortal treasure. The jade pendant hanging from his waist was even more valuable. One could faintly see the shadow of a dragon lingering around it. Chapter 2590. Storm entering the city. Yu and the others looked at the fantasy Pegasus in surprise. They had to admit that the white horse was indeed very beautiful. Their reactions made the young man smile. He wasn't surprised by Yu's reaction. In fact, the young man's name was Do Shijun. He was from Sanhuan City and was also the son of the governor. When he saw Yu and Su Yorong, he was so shocked that he took the initiative to approach them. If the two ladies take a fancy to this horse, I'll give it to you as a gift. A precious horse with beautiful ladies, this is the best. The young man revealed what he thought was a graceful smile. Of course, his luxurious clothes matched his smile, and it was indeed charming. This horse is for us. Yu and the others immediately exclaimed. To be honest, although they also felt that the young man was up to no good, they really liked the horse. Of course, they were not casual people. They immediately looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Their small movements did not escape Do Shijun's eyes. He immediately knew that these two beauties belonged to the blue-robed young man. However, the blue-robed youth looked very ordinary. He really couldn't understand how he was qualified to obtain these two beauties. Disdain flashed in Du Shijun's eyes. It doesn't matter. Although this horse is hard to catch, my prefect's family has a lot of them. I'll give you two beauties as a gift. Du Shijun said shamelessly. He even emphasized the word prefect. However, Yu and the others rejected him with a smile. They were starting to get impatient. It was undeniable that the fantasy Pegasus was beautiful, but it was the horse that was beautiful, not Shijun. Their rejection didn't make Du Shijun unhappy. Instead, he liked them even more. He took a step forward and revealed the precious jade pendant on his waist. He smiled faintly and said, "May I ask where this brother works?" As he spoke, his golden robe flickered with dazzling light. The precious jade pendant was filled with the aura of nobility. He seemed to be telling Lin Ling, "Did you see that? My robe is more precious than your entire body. Don't you feel inferior when fighting over a woman with me?" His every move was graceful and refined to the extreme in the eyes of some, but to Lin Ling and the others, he was like a nouveau riche. Lin Ling could not help but secretly shake his head. This young master's family background seemed to be pretty good, but unfortunately, his strength was very weak. Lin Ling didn't place such a person in his eyes. He said indifferently, "The second generation of Resplendent Academy." Second generation. Do Shijun's long voice attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Everyone could see that Du Shijun had taken a fancy to the two beauties. However, the two beauties were already taken. Therefore, Du Shijun wanted the blue-robed youth to back off. It won't be easy. To be able to become a second-generation heir, you should have some ability. However, there are more than 200,000 second-generation heirs in the three great academies. Many of them will never be able to enter Three Ring City. So, if you don't have any way out, you can come to my prefecture. I can give you an identity and let you have a good future. Resplendent Academy's second generation. Let me think. Oh, if I remember correctly, my prefecture is acquainted with your academy's strongest second-generation heir, Genji. If you are bullied in Resplendent Academy, you can look for him. I, Do Shijun, am the one who sent you here. I can guarantee your safety in Resplendent Academy. This brother, what do you think? Do Shijun spoke without stopping. Hearing this, Yu and the rest were stunned. Genji. Brother Ling's defeated opponent. When he sees Brother Ling, he will have to call him senior brother. As for Brother Ling having no way out, Brother Ling is going to get the marshal's seal. They almost laughed out loud. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to explain, "Thank you, but I don't intend to rely on others for the time being." "Thank you." After saying that, he walked past Do Shijun with Yu Yu and the rest, causing Do Shijun to be stunned. His face immediately turned ugly. This brat really doesn't know what's good for him. However, he wants to fight with me with just him. He was still elegant. When Lin Ling and the rest arrived at the city gate, he suddenly said indifferently, "Brother, you want to enter Three Ring City?" "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards at the city gate saluted him, "Young Master Do." "Yes." Obviously, as the prefecture's son, Do Shijun often went in and out. They all knew this young master with high status. Their actions immediately raised Do Shijun's face, and his chest also puffed out a bit. Three Ring City is not a place anyone can enter. "This brother, do you have true immortal realm cultivation?" "Oh, you're just a second-generation heir, you don't have that strength. Then it's even harder for you to enter." "Yes." "Guards, do the second generation of Resplendent Academy have the qualifications to enter Three Ring City?" "Yes." Before Lin Ling could say anything, Do Shijun had already started talking. "Young Master Do, if you want to enter Three Ring City, unless you have true immortal realm cultivation, it depends on your status. If you don't have both, then even the Heavenly Emperor can't enter Three Ring City." The guards immediately understood. "This brother, did you hear that? So, if you don't have a way out, you can come to my prefecture's residence and become a guard. Then you'll have the status to enter." Do Shijun's voice became sharper, and he looked at Yu Yu and the rest with an arrogant look. "Of course, you two beauties don't have to go through so much trouble. You can enter at any time." After saying that, he waited for Yu Yu and the rest's surprised voices. After all, entering Three Ring City was the dream of many cultivators. Unfortunately, Yu Yu and the rest were silent. They were a bit unhappy because they could see that Do Shijun was mocking Lin Ling, trying to make Lin Ling feel inferior. "Thank you for the reminder." However, Lin Ling was very calm. Facing such a clown, he really couldn't get angry. His appearance was too calm, which made Do Shijun stunned. He was even more unhappy. This country boy didn't know how to appreciate favors. At this point, he still didn't feel inferior. Didn't he know how noble he was? "I forgot to tell you that Wu De, who is ranked 7th in the second generation's pride competition, is my friend," Do Shijun said again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still indifferent and intended to enter the city gate. "Ha!" Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent look, Do Shijun laughed and said loudly, "Last time, I also saw a person who overestimated himself and wanted to enter Three Ring City. That person's background was not small. Even I looked at him a few times at that time. Young Master Do, a person who can make you look at him must be very amazing." Many people had already gathered around them, and they were all dressed like rich young masters. One of them asked with a smile. "He is indeed amazing. He is the Lord of the 10 Realms and the Emperor of the 10 Realms. He swaggered when he walked, and when he spoke, he also said Emperor. At that time, he wanted to enter Three Ring City. What do you think happened?" Do Shijun laughed again, making the crowd curious. "Ha, he was finally beaten out. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He thought that because he was an emperor, he could enter Three Ring City at will. However, he didn't know that for Qingzhou, the emperors of the 10 realms are actually lowly commoners. They can't compare to us native cultivators." Chapter 2591. Treat me to a meal and a drink. He thought that Lin Ling might have a powerful background in his hometown, which was why he thought he was qualified to enter Third Ring City. However, he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Even the emperor was beaten black and blue. How embarrassing. The Qing province is one of the 9 provinces. No matter if you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to bow your head when you come here. Young Master Du, you're reminding the blue-robed young man that you're too kind. Isn't it better to let such a person be beaten black and blue and be chased out of this place? Many young masters mocked. Even the soldiers couldn't help but laugh. As long as Lin Ling dared to enter Third Ring City, they would immediately take action. These people are too much. Yu Yu and Xian Yuan Gu raised their eyebrows. These people weren't very strong. They only had a good father, but they treated the empire that their father had conquered as their own. If they were in the Resplendent Academy, not to mention Lin Ling, even Yu Yu and the rest would be able to beat them up like dogs. Yu Yu wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cry of surprise came from within the city. You're here. A tall and sturdy old man looked over in surprise and walked over with large strides. Great Yuan Mansion's Mansion Master. Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. The Great Yuan Mansion's status in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was not low. It was not much weaker than the governor's family. Most importantly, the person who came was actually the Mansion Master. Du Shijun's eyes flashed. His father, the governor, had a good relationship with the Mansion Master of the Great Yuan Mansion. However, his father had to give the Mansion Master face. Therefore, he immediately prepared to bow. Moreover, the Mansion Master said that you're here. Could it be that he was talking about himself? At this moment, his face was immediately filled with pride. After all, in terms of strength, he wasn't very strong. He only relied on his family background. However, the Mansion Master of the Great Yuan Mansion was a true expert. Such an expert personally coming to greet him was enviable. Especially the calm blue-robed young man. He should be so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He might even kneel down and submit to him. Mansion Master, Mansion Master. Thinking of this, Du Shijun immediately laughed. However, something unexpected happened. The old man didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he walked up to the blue-robed young man, bowed, and immediately laughed. At this moment, everyone was like ducks with their necks held, unable to say a single word. Du Shijun was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Salute. And then smile. If he remembered correctly, even his father didn't receive such treatment. You've come to Three Ring City. What a coincidence. It's rare for you to come here, so you have to come to my residence. I'll bring you some good wine. 10,000-year heavenly fragrant red. Let's get drunk. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said excitedly. He was well aware that Lin Ling was the strongest second-generation genius, and he was going to become the marshal of the Martial God Battalion. He would be a fool if he didn't curry favor with such a person. Moreover, his Grand Yuan Mansion's Yuan Yi and had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past. Although he was killed by Lin Ling, who knew if Lin Ling wouldn't resent the Grand Yuan Mansion? Therefore, it was time to wash away the grudges of the past. However, as soon as he finished speaking, not only Du Shijun, but even the surrounding young master's jaws dropped to the ground. The Mansion Master of the Grand Yuan Mansion personally invited that young man. He even used the 10,000-year heavenly fragrant red to entertain him. If they remembered correctly, the 10,000-year heavenly fragrant red was a top-grade wine awarded to the Grand Yuan Mansion by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. In the past, many high-ranking officials and nobles had wanted to taste the wine, but they had all returned in disappointment. Therefore, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Or rather, the Mansion Master of the Grand Yuan Mansion was playing tricks on them. Who are you? Why should I go to your residence to drink wine? However, while they were still in shock, Lin Ling also spoke. Not only did he refuse, but he also looked displeased. Refused? At this moment, there was only the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. The blue-robed young man had the opportunity that others yearned for. Who would have thought that he would coldly refuse? Heavens, does that blue-robed young man know what he is doing? Mansion Master, are you rejecting the wrong person? Do Shijun could not help but remind the old man. However, the old man did not pay attention to him. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Not only did he not blame Lin Ling for not giving him face, but he was also annoyed with himself. He had been trying to find a way to build a relationship with Lin Ling, but who knew that he would fail? He did not know that Lin Ling really did not know him. As for Yuan Yihan, Lin Ling had long forgotten about him. Hey, Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, another exclamation came from the city gate. Then, a tall middle-aged man walked out with big strides, looking pleasantly surprised. This man was even more famous because he was the owner of the Qing province Fu Xing estate, Luo Ri Yao. Fu Xing estate was spread all over the 9 states. It was a bank, so all the young masters present had come into contact with this huge force. Even their fathers had to be respectful to Luo Ri Yao. Hee, you really love to cultivate. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to come to Third Ring City. Come, let's go to my Fu Xing estate. I have to treat you to a meal. After Luo Ri Yao walked out, he immediately pulled Lin Ling aside. After Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride Tournament, the 9 states Fu Xing estate rewarded Luo Ri Yao because Luo Ri Yao was very accurate. He had actually built a relationship with a future expert. After all, the Fu Xing estate could spread all over the 9 states and make many experts give them face because they knew how to conduct themselves. Although Lin Ling was not strong now, his potential was limitless. Even the great Azure Divine Dynasty valued Lin Ling. Fu Xing estate was naturally willing to bet on Lin Ling's future. Treating him to a meal again. Previously, the mansion master of the Great Yuan Mansion treated him to a drink. Now, Luo Ri Yao is treating him to a meal. Who is this guy? The estate master of the Great Yuan Mansion is old. He could say that he recognized the wrong person, but Luo Ri Yao wouldn't. The surrounding young masters swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Their hearts were beating fast. What kind of monster was this? Senior Luo Ri Yao, let's have a meal another time. I really have something important to do now. Lin Ling knew Luo Ri Yao, so he naturally would not refuse. However, he had to get the marshal's seal now. He really did not have time. Okay, after you're done, you must come. I'll wait for you. No, if it's convenient, I'll go with you. I'm afraid you'll run away. Luo Ri Yao thought for a while and immediately said. Run away. The crowd was even more shocked and speechless. Was there a need to be so grand? Lord Luo Ri Yao, you're snatching someone from me. However, the estate master of the Great Yuan Mansion immediately smiled bitterly. Luo Ri Yao laughed and said, then let's go together. Hearing this, the estate master was obviously excited. Without Lord Luo Ri Yao, Lin Ling would not give him face at all. He was indebted to Luo Ri Yao. How about this little friend? Lin Ling, is he your friend? Do you want to go together? Luo Ri Yao looked at Du Shijun and said. Because Du Shijun was very close to Lin Ling, he thought that Du Shijun was related to Lin Ling. Chapter 2592. Qilin Demon Dog. Since it's like this, we'll enter the city first. Yes. Sunset Brilliance nodded and led Lin Ling into Three Ring City. As for the soldiers, they looked as if they had been struck by lightning, not daring to block them. Lin Ling. What a familiar name. Could he be the champion of this year's Pride Tournament? I heard that this fellow also became the new marshal of the Martial God Battalion. The surrounding young masters were all shocked as they recalled Sunset Brilliance's words. So that fellow's name was Lin Ling. As for Do Shijun, he could no longer use words to describe his feelings. In short, shock, astonishment, fear, worry, and all sorts of other emotions fused together, forming a tangled feeling. After entering Three Ring City, Lin Ling discovered that there were many powerhouses in the city. Most of them were at the true immortal realm. At the same time, there were also people looking at Lin Ling's group. Because Lin Ling was only at the World King realm, there was only one reason he could enter Three Ring City. His background wasn't small. Especially after seeing Sunset Brilliance, many of the indifferent martial artists were suddenly enlightened. You're going to the Grand Council Hall. You can't enter that place without an invitation. After learning of Lin Ling's goal, Sunset Brilliance cried out in alarm. He pointed out a direction and waited for Lin Ling to return. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty had a strict status. Although Sunset Brilliance wasn't someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he still had to abide by its rules. As for Lin Ling, he brought Yu Yu and Xian Yuange towards the Grand Council Hall. This Grand Council Hall was the place with the greatest authority in Three Ring City. The master was the Grand Council Minister and was in charge of the 6 military camps. If one wanted to obtain a martial seal, they had to obtain the approval of the Grand Council Hall. The Grand Council Minister would then report this matter to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was the so-called changing of the marshal. As they walked forwards, soldiers would pass by. They were all true immortal realm powerhouses. However, the soldiers didn't pay attention to Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to frown. He had no choice but to follow the streets. And at the end of the street was a massive military field. There was an oppressive aura all around, and there were even dragon roars. And these were true dragons, born from the universe. As expected of the Grand Military Hall, its aura is extremely powerful. Lin Ling thought to himself. Even now, no one had come to entertain him. From this, one could see how strict the rules here were. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a Qilin demon dog suddenly rushed out of the drill ground. This black divine dog was 3 meters tall, had 2 heads, and had the body of a Qilin. When it moved its feet, the earth trembled. It was extremely majestic. What kind of demonic beast is this? Yu Yu and the others immediately turned pale. This is a scout dog. The Martial God Battalion also had one in the past. Lin Ling replied. He could sense that this 3-meter-tall beast had a billowing infernal energy, as if it were a ruthless soldier. Its strength had also reached the peak of the World King realm. Think about it, if an army were to bring such military dogs out, the enemy would definitely be terrified. What the hell is going on with this Grand Council Hall? Why hasn't anyone come to greet me yet? Lin Ling couldn't help but feel depressed. He really didn't understand the rules of the Grand Council Hall. Then, the corners of his eyes twitched. That Qilin demon dog wouldn't attack him, right? Lin Ling guessed that this was very likely. This was a strategic location for the Grand Council. The Qilin demon dog would definitely tear apart the enemy. Had he gone the wrong way? Roar! As he thought, the Qilin demon dog had already rushed over, its speed surpassing the speed of a world. This strength wasn't something that Yu Yu and the others could resist. Thus, Lin Ling immediately activated the wind and cloud change. The flame coffin descended. His speed immediately reached the speed of 2 worlds. Moreover, his 2 dantians fused together. He punched out. The Qilin demon dog also had intelligence. It saw that Lin Ling's boundary wasn't high, so it dared to attack Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling's strength had instantly risen, it couldn't help but be shocked. Bang! A fist smashed into its nose, causing it to whimper. Then, it was sent flying backwards. When it smashed into the ground, the rumbling sound was like the sound of a world exploding. Lin Ling sighed softly. This beast had kicked an iron plate. It should leave with its tail between its legs. However, things were developing in the opposite direction. The Qilin demon dog roared at the sky. Immediately, a large number of echoes came from afar. Then, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, a large number of Qilin demon dogs also arrived. They actually surrounded the drill ground tightly. Moreover, there were also soldiers around the drill ground. However, their faces were cold, as if they didn't dare to interfere. In the Grand Council Hall, the Qilin demon dog's status seemed to be quite high. "Brother Ling, what should we do?" Seeing this, Yu and the others panicked. In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. That vengeful beast had called for help. He didn't care about one Qilin demon dog, but if there were hundreds of them, it would be troublesome. "The two of you stand back to back and block the Qilin demon dog. I will attract their attention." At this point, Lin Ling could only fight on. A touch of anger rose in his heart. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation just to get the marshal's seal. Did no one care about the Grand Council Hall? Roar! At almost the same time, the Qilin demon dogs rushed forwards, able to tear apart any World King powerhouse. Luckily, Lin Ling was not an ordinary World King powerhouse. The flame coffin behind him began to burn, increasing his speed and the strength of his world essence, allowing him to avoid the bites of the Qilin demon dogs. Moreover, after dodging, he erupted with the flames of time and space. His fists and palms ruthlessly fell upon the Qilin demon dogs. Many Qilin demon dogs were burned by the flames of time and space. They cried out in pain, but they also became even more brutal. Their bodies were clearly larger and their bodies were covered with a layer of red light. This caused Lin Ling to sigh. This was truly worthy of being the Grand Council Hall. A mere beast actually possessed monstrous strength. What if it was the entire Grand Council Hall? Peng peng peng. The Qilin demon dogs rushed towards Lin Ling from all directions. They spat out flames, frost, earth spikes, and all sorts of other mysterious strengths. This caused the pressure on Lin Ling to rise. Who is this fellow? He actually dares to break into the Grand Council Hall. At this time, voices of surprise rose up from the martial field. Several youths stood there, all of them wearing armor and exuding an extraordinary aura. These youths were all first-level true divinity powerhouses. Moreover, beneath their armor were the robes of their academies. It was clear that they were geniuses of the three great academies. Of course, if they were able to enter Three Ring City, then they were definitely true geniuses of their generation. No one is allowed to break into the Grand Council Hall. Anyone who arrives must wait for 2 hours until someone asks for permission. Only then can they report their status and enter the Grand Council Hall. This must be the first time that this fellow has come here, so he's randomly barging in here. A purple-haired youth lightly said. He is only at the 10th level of the World King realm. With his strength, it would be difficult for him to face a Qilin demon dog, but now he is facing more than one. A good-looking woman said. He will be torn apart sooner or later. The purple-haired youth immediately said with disdain. Saint Xiaobao, should we help? He might even be a junior apprentice brother of our academy. Another youth said. Hearing this, the woman immediately nodded. I saw him before. He is wearing the robes of Radiant Academy. He has nothing to do with Heavenly Saint Academy or Blue Rain Academy, so we don't need to bother with him. The purple-haired youth shook his head. Chapter 2593. An eye for an eye. I think he can only hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then he'll be torn to shreds. You should know that the Qilin demon hound was born in the universe, and it was the reincarnation of a heavenly calamity star. The moment it was born, its strength was comparable to a realm. He should be able to hold on for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. After all, those who can enter Three Ring City are not weak. The others spoke up one after another. They stared ahead as if they were watching a show. However, what happened was beyond their expectations. Not only did Lin Ling not lose after 3 incense sticks of time, but he also knocked out the Qilin hounds one after another. He was like an undefeatable god of war who was immune to all evil. At this moment, the expressions of these powerful first-generation experts changed. "I'm here to check on him." The purple-haired young man looked interested. His eyes flashed as a pair of eyes appeared in the sky above the drill ground and stared at Lin Ling. In that instant, Lin Ling felt as if he had been struck by lightning, causing him to be momentarily distracted. Of course, he quickly reacted and once again blocked the Qilin devil dogs. However, when the eye appeared, it clearly affected him and caused him to suffer some light injuries. He relied on a unique cultivation method to forcefully increase the power of his realm essence. That's why he was able to defeat those demon dogs. This cultivation method is quite interesting. According to my estimation, it should have increased his realm essence by around 5 realms. The eyes in the sky soon disappeared. Then, the purple-haired young man said indifferently. Previously, he had used the Heaven's Eye technique to check Lin Ling's cultivation, so he was very clear about it now. "Xing Xiaobao, when others are fighting, you use the Heaven's Eye technique?" The woman beside him asked pointedly. "Is there a problem?" The purple-haired young man looked at him in confusion. "No, you can do whatever you want." The woman shrugged. After all, if Xing Xiaobao was the young man's enemy, then it would be normal for him to use the Heaven's Eye technique. However, it was obvious that the blue-robed young man had no enmity with Xing Xiaobao, so Xing Xiaobao's action was a little rude. Moreover, if he used the Heaven's Eye technique, it would affect his opponent's battle. If it was someone weaker, they might have been killed by Saint Xiaobao. Boom! Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the Qilin demon dog finally whimpered and fled. It was scared of Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood in the middle of the drill ground, gasping for breath. He was exhausted. Fortunately, his flame coffin was powerful, giving him unbeatable speed and strength. This allowed him to slowly grind those Qilin demon dogs to death. "Yu, are you all right?" Then, Lin Ling hurriedly looked at Yu and the others. "We're fine." Most of the Qilin demon dogs went after Brother Ling. Yu and the others hurriedly came over and wiped away Lin Ling's sweat. At this point, they also felt that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Grand Council Hall. Every step was filled with murderous intent. As for the soldiers around the drill ground, their eyes flickered. This young man was not weak at all. "Who are you? Why aren't you following the rules and waiting outside?" At this moment, a voice finally sounded. A middle-aged man in white armor strode over. His cultivation was also at the true immortal realm. Seeing this, Lin Ling was a little angry. It was his first time here, so naturally he did not know the rules. "I'm Lin Ling." His tone also became cold and detached. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed. He seemed to know who Lin Ling was. He immediately smiled and said, "The Grand Council Hall has its own rules. Unless it's an extremely urgent matter, everyone has to wait outside the hall. But this is your first time here, so the Grand Council Hall won't punish you. I have a human ring pill here, you can recover your cultivation." Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers' expressions changed slightly. Although the middle-aged man's words were still dignified, it was obvious that he was giving Lin Ling face. Not only was he not punishing him, he was even rewarding him. Lin Ling also sensed the other party's kindness, so he did not pursue the matter. "Moreover, you've waited for quite some time. You can directly enter the Grand Council Hall." Seeing Lin Ling not do anything, the middle-aged man thought that Lin Ling knew how to conduct himself, so he spoke again. Then, the middle-aged man led Lin Ling forward. "This fellow is a bit interesting. He broke into the Grand Council Hall and wasn't punished. Seeing Lin Ling safe and sound, the purple-haired youth was immediately curious. The others around him were also curious. After all, for a World King realm martial artist to receive such treatment, this was truly rare. But at this time, Lin Ling had already brought Yu Yu and the others over, passing by. Lin Ling's steps instantly stopped, his eyes faintly looking at the purple-haired youth. This caused the purple-haired youth and the others to be stunned, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. First level True Divinity Realm, a 5th grade awakened divine body. But, he actually managed to give birth to a true divinity martial soul. Although his martial soul is weak, it has still increased his combat strength to a certain degree. And, when a low-grade 4th grade martial art is cultivated to the highest boundary, it can compare to a medium-grade 4th grade martial art. This strength is barely enough. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the purple-haired youth with the myriad mammoth demon eyes, seeing through everything. He naturally knew that the purple-haired youth had been spying on him. Although it wasn't intentional, his actions were clearly rude. Thus, he was returning the favor. You spied on me. Xing Xiaobao's complexion turned icy cold. This should be your first time in Three Ring City. Xing Xiaobao lightly said. Then, he saw Lin Ling nod. His words were mixed with anger as he said, "Don't you know that spying on others is taboo? This is offending others. Then why did you say you spied on me?" Lin Ling replied faintly. Then, he left in a carefree manner. You! Xing Xiaobao's eyes narrowed. He had forgotten that he had used the heavenly eye art. However, now that Lin Ling mentioned it, not only did he not feel guilty, he was even angrier. He was merely spying on Lin Ling out of curiosity. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so calculative as to check his cultivation? However, he didn't dare to flare up in the Grand Council Hall. He could only clench his teeth as he watched Lin Ling leave. What a rude junior. His voice was filled with majesty and anger. The people around him were silent because they knew that it was Xing Xiaobao who was rude first. Thus, it was normal for others to retaliate. Of course, Xing Xiaobao was from Three Ring City's Holy King residence, and his brother was a tycoon. Thus, they didn't say anything. On the contrary, they were curious about Lin Ling's methods. Lin Ling was only staring at Xing Xiaobao, but he had seen through his opponent's strength. This ability was even more powerful than the heavenly eye art. Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, even if the Azure Prefecture is as vast as the ocean, Xing Xiaobao can easily find you. Xing Xiaobao said again. You don't need to look, I know who he is. But at this time, a chuckle was heard. A large number of youths came from the distance. Their cultivation was unfathomable, and each of their movements carried the aura of a superior. They were the geniuses of the 3 academies, and they also had positions in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. One had to know that the 3 academies nurtured geniuses for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and the goal of these geniuses was to become famous in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. They hoped to reach the 9 prefectures through the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Chapter 2594. 2 spots. For example, Xing Xiaobao was a junior protector with a high status. Oh, you know him. Xing Xiaobao was a local genius. Although he wasn't the strongest in the first generation, his prestige wasn't small. However, his expression immediately changed after seeing the speaker, so it's senior brother Luo. The speaker was one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, Luo Xiaoxi. Not only was he an early generation, he was also one of the 9 strongest. No need to be so polite. That person is called Lin Ling, I'm sure all of you have heard of him. The newcomer was indeed Luo Xiaoxi. At this moment, he smiled while staring at Lin Ling's departing figure with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't expect that the ant he met at the 8 godly heavenly palace would have grown to this level. He had no choice but to pay attention to this person. Moreover, he heard that the space-time steel was on Lin Ling's body. He was extremely tempted about this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's origin was a bit extraordinary with many experts supporting him. This made him hesitate in taking action. At this moment, he still didn't know how many experts were supporting Lin Ling. However, Xing Xiaobao would definitely let him know. Lin Ling, first place in the Pride tournament, the strongest second generation. Right now, he should be the first generation because he broke the invincibility of the dream stream. Even many generations couldn't break the invincibility of the dream stream. This brat is not simple. The other youths nodded in understanding. Even Xing Xiaobao was the same. However, he didn't care. Although he didn't watch the Pride tournament, he found out later that it wasn't difficult to break the invincibility of the dream stream. The key was between the eyebrows. This meant that after knowing the method, the dream stream wasn't as strong as imagined. Thus, Lin Ling was only lucky enough to break the invincibility. It didn't mean that he was actually that strong. So what if it's Lin Ling? Do I need to be afraid of him? Xing Xiaobao immediately retorted. You are the little prince of the Holy King's palace, so you don't have to be afraid of anyone. However, don't underestimate him. If you can avoid provoking him, then be his friend. Luo Sha said again. His words were full of hidden meaning. He was trying to goad him. Friend? Ha, senior brother Luo is looking down on me too much. If I, Xing Xiaobao, want to find someone to be my friend, then I will act according to my wishes. A fierce reputation won't scare me. Plus, I'm here to become a governor. Xing Xiaobao sneered. He didn't know about Luo Sha's provocation. Hee, from now on, we will have to respectfully call you Commander Xing. Hearing Xing Xiaobao's proud words, the others immediately saluted. The governor's status was not weak and was above their heads. The group of people also entered the military council hall one after another. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered in the vast military council hall. Most of them were geniuses. All of them were in high spirits and had the might of dragons and tigers. After Lin Ling arrived, his eyes immediately flashed. There wasn't a single World King powerhouse in this hall, all of them were at the true divinity realm. Yo, Jiang Wenxing, you've returned. I heard that you became an assassin for the Flying Dragon organization and found a mineral lode in the Western world. You've taken it all for yourself. Tu Shouping, do you think your words will make me complacent? I heard that you will become a governor soon. You've also rushed into the top ranks of the Skyser Pass rankings. You should be able to rush into the top 2 ranks. Voices constantly echoed out from the hall. Most of these youths were geniuses of their generation and they were all working hard towards becoming exceptional talents. How strong! Yu and the others felt as if they had arrived in the world of powerhouses. In particular, Yu. In the past, her reputation amongst the second generation wasn't weak. But as she saw these first-generation youths, she immediately realized the disparity between them. These people have been cultivating for a long time and some of them are native martial artists. In terms of innate talent, they are better than us. Lin Ling also realized how strong these geniuses were. But, he didn't care. After all, if he was given a bit more time, he would surely surpass them as the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. As a ghost genius, Li Xiaoyao had surpassed countless geniuses in the past. There's actually a world king here. Someone suddenly suspiciously said, looking at Lin Ling and the others. If I'm not wrong, this person should be the number 1 in Pride Era, Lin Ling. The Pride Era competition had shaken the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Thus, many people guessed Lin Ling's identity. He's a very good genius. It's said that he hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. He has the fastest cultivation speed in the history of Radiant Academy. His cultivation speed is fast, but that doesn't mean his foundation is solid. Some people were jealous, some people were disdainful, and some people were optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone had their own thoughts. At this time, some of Radiant Academy's first generation walked towards Lin Ling, smiling as they greeted him. Since they came from the same academy, they would naturally help Lin Ling. However, this lively atmosphere was immediately silenced after several youths walked in. This was because one of them was the focus of attention. It was Luo Xi, the 9 heavens of Azure State. At some point in time, he was like an emperor that stood above all the geniuses. It's him. Lin Ling also stared at Luo Xi. In fact, in the solipsistic commandery, Lin Ling was not afraid of the current emperor, but Luo Xi. Given some time, a genius like Luo Xi would definitely surpass the emperor of the solipsistic commandery. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, not everyone would give face to the solipsistic commandery. However, because of Luo Xi, the people of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty did not dare to underestimate the solipsistic commandery. After Luo Xi entered, he had a smile on his face. He did not even look at Lin Ling, as if he was not interested in Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's intuition told him that Luo Xi was eyeing him covetously. The reason why he was calm on the surface was because he did not want to alert the enemy. "Alright, everyone is here." At this time, an old voice rang out. An old man walked over with dragon-like steps. His every move carried a domineering aura as if he was the ruler of the world. He was the Grand Council Minister, the true ruler of the 6 military camps. His strength had also reached a level where the heavens and earth would change colors. Everyone here has a scholarly honor and is valued by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Moreover, because of you, your hometown and your family are also protected by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. After the Grand Council Minister sat down, he immediately spoke. Geniuses needed to grow, so the Great Azure Divine Dynasty gave them scholarly honor and let these geniuses compete and grow continuously. Therefore, in the following period of time, these people began to submit missions or prove their strength to obtain a higher position. In this way, they could also obtain more divine crystals and treasures as rewards and increase their strength. Some people became junior guardians, some became quasi-military governors, and some entered the 6 military camps and obtained the position of great general. These people were very young, but when they moved their feet, no one in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty would dare to underestimate them. By the order of the heavens, today, 2 great generals have obtained the favor of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. One is Lin Ling, who has inherited the Martial God Battalion's martial seal. The other is Lei Tianlan, who has advanced to the rank of Duan Commander. Finally, the Grand Council Minister announced the sensational news. This was because these 2 positions were the highest today, above the heads of many geniuses. Suddenly, many geniuses revealed looks of envy. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling to accept it. Chapter 2595. True God Martial Spirit. Lei Tianlan came from Heavenly Saint Academy and was the daughter of Lei Yin Mansion, an ancient power in Foring City. In addition, Lei Tianlan's strength ranked 72nd on the Tianhua list. Therefore, no one would object to her becoming the commander-in-chief. As for Lin Ling, he was number 1 in the world. Although no one looked down on him, many people were still jealous that he had become a marshal. "Wait, sir, isn't today the day I become a commander-in-chief?" At this time, a dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xing Xiaobao. This person was quite famous in the first generation. Most importantly, he had the backing of the Holy King, so his rise was much faster than others. He was already a junior guardian. Moreover, half a year ago, there was a rumor that Xing Xiaobao was going to become a military governor. Of course, it was not because of his strength, but because of the efforts of the Holy King's mansion behind him. Next time. The Grand Council looked at Xing Xiaobao and said. Xing Xiaobao didn't dare to slight the Grand Council and hurriedly bowed, Your Excellency, why? The others were also puzzled. The news that Xing Xiaobao was going to become a military governor had spread like wildfire since half a year ago. Many people were congratulating him and trying to curry favor with him. But now, his position as commander-in-chief was going to be revoked. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Because the 2 places given by the Great Qing Divine Dynasty have already been confirmed. They are the Marshal's seal and the position of governor. So, you have to wait for the next time. The Grand Secretary explained the reason. This time, everyone immediately understood. Originally, Lei Tianlan and Xing Xiaobao were the 2 governors, but Lin Ling's appearance caused one of them to be taken away. Therefore, Xing Xiaobao had to wait after Lin Ling. Why? Xing Xiaobao's face instantly turned ugly. So this was the reason. He glanced at Lei Tianlan and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Ling. I'm convinced that senior sister Tianlan got the position of commander-in-chief. But how could this lowly man get it? If he can do it, so can I. If I were to fight Dreamstream, I could easily defeat him. What right does he have to steal my spot? What? You're not convinced? Hearing this, the Grand Council immediately narrowed his eyes and was a little unhappy. My lord, I'm not convinced. Unless he can defeat me, I'm not convinced. I'm definitely not convinced. Xing Xiaobao was clearly excited. The crowd could also imagine the grievance in his heart. He was clearly going to be famous in Sanhuan City, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly appear? This made Saint Xiaobao's efforts go to waste, and he would probably be laughed at to death. And the truth was indeed so. Some of the geniuses present were already secretly laughing at him. Lin Ling, what do you think? Of course, if you're unwilling, then you don't have to pay any attention to him. After all, the Martial Gods Battalion's martial seal was recommended by your marshal. The Grand Council Minister looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After all, he had been cold to everyone else since his arrival, but he smiled at Lin Ling time and time again. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. Especially Xing Xiaobao. He was so jealous that he almost lost his mind. This was because the Grand Council Minister was openly helping Lin Ling. If Lin Ling ignored him, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he would only become a laughingstock. You're called Lin Ling, right? Come and fight me, you trash, coward, scum. Xing Xiaobao immediately roared at the thought of this. He was already furious when Lin Ling spied on him, but now, he was adding fuel to the fire. Are you a dog? Seeing the other party's constant roars, Lin Ling coldly said, If you want to play, then do as you please. Good, I've been waiting for you to say this. Everyone heard it. If Lin Ling loses, then he'll give up the martial seal. I'll get the martial governor position first, and he'll come next. Xing Xiaobao immediately became excited and rubbed his fists. Grand Council Minister, watch carefully. I'll prove to you that the second generation will always be the second generation. Come, lowly person. As he spoke, he swaggered out. The strongest second generation, as long as he wasn't a true first generation, he didn't place him in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ling also walked out, sizing up Xing Xiaobao. Interesting, a world king challenging a true divinity. The surrounding people also revealed looks of interest. They had heard of Lin Ling's name, but they had never seen Lin Ling fight. Thus, they didn't think that Lin Ling was Xing Xiaobao's match. After all, the World King realm and True Divinity realm was a great divide. Moreover, Lin Ling hadn't even reached the half-step True Divinity realm. Don't underestimate him. Disregarding everything else, just the thickness of his world essence is twice that of a world king. After all, a true divinity's dantian is a world river. At this time, a sound transmission quietly floated in. Lin Ling looked over and saw that the one speaking was Lei Tianlan. Was she warning him? However, 10 times. Although Lin Ling was at the 10th stage of the World King realm, he had 2 dantians. His world essence had already surpassed the 10th stage of the World King realm by 1-fold. In addition to evil flame transformation, it surpassed the 10th stage by 3 times. Although Xing Xiaobao was at the first stage of the true divinity realm, what a pity. If Lin Ling stepped into this boundary, his world essence would absolutely surpass the World King realm by 2 times. Come, you lowly human, watch as I defeat you with a single saber strike. At this time, Xing Xiaobao had already moved. His saber came slashing down like thunder. This was a low 4th grade martial art, but it had been cultivated to the peak. Although the grade was low, because of its strong background, its might could not be underestimated. Even Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This saber strike allowed him to know how extraordinary it was. Although Dreamflow could erupt with such might, it wasn't as smooth and thick as Xing Xiaobao's. This was the difference between a world king and a true divinity. However, while an ordinary person couldn't block this saber strike, that didn't mean Lin Ling couldn't. He fused his dantian and the flame coffin descended. His speed instantly rose to 2 realm speed, easily dodging that saber strike. But after his saber strike failed, Xing Xiaobao's eyes turned icy cold. He mockingly said, "Do you only know how to run? Let me see just how long you can run." Beneath his feet, thunder and lightning appeared, causing him to erupt with 2 realm speed. Did I say I wanted to run? As his second saber slashed down, Lin Ling also drew his sword to meet it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of colliding world essence rang out, causing many people's eyes to flash. Then, they discovered that Lin Ling had actually blocked that saber strike. What a rich world essence strength. If a world king is like this, then wouldn't a true divinity's world essence be even stronger? Someone secretly assessed. Indeed, the number 1 of the world couldn't be underestimated. Interesting, but it's only a draw with me. I haven't erupted with my full strength yet. Xing Xiaobao was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength, but he wasn't worried. His awakened divine body immediately erupted, increasing his speed to that of thunder. What was even more terrifying was that a white fog violently floated out from his mind, gradually forming a tiny person. True divinity martial soul. It had to be known that not every true divinity realm powerhouse could comprehend a true divinity martial soul. But, if one possessed such a martial soul, their strength would rise by a great deal. Chapter 2596. Suppressing Xing Xiaobao. This guy's talent is only 5th grade, but he has a true god martial spirit. He's quite amazing. A true god martial spirit can increase one's battle prowess by at least 30%. A powerful true god martial spirit can even increase one's battle prowess by 90%. At this time, Qian Ji's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's heart to turn heavy. Are you afraid? Ha, lowly human, a true god martial spirit is something you can't comprehend in your lifetime. The true god martial spirit floated in the sky, emitting a dense pressure. It looked exactly like Xing Xiaobao and held a saber in its hand. Together, it slashed towards Lin Ling. The power of that saber could easily defeat an ordinary 2nd stage true god. He shouldn't be able to block it. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. Lin Ling also noticed that Xing Xiaobao's boundary essence had become terrifying. He raised his sword to block, but the impact forced him back 3 steps. Ha, lowly human, now you know fear. Xing Xiaobao's aura immediately rose. You've used your true god martial spirit, but that doesn't mean I've used my trump card. However, at this time, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. The sword in his hand trembled, and a black sword shadow appeared. His aura instantly became fierce. Ashura sword formation, 49 swords by 7. A powerful first-generation expert voiced out suspiciously. This was because many people had cultivated this Ashura sword formation before. Only 49 swords. Too inexperienced. Xing Xiaobao still smiled disdainfully, but at this time, the swords had already shot over. Moreover, their speed had reached 2-world speed. Most importantly, it wasn't 49 swords, but 81 swords. The terrifying sword formation swept over the world, causing the smile on Xing Xiaobao's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn. Wait until I break your sword formation. Let's see how arrogant you can be. He controlled his true god martial spirit to clash with Lin Ling's sword. Moreover, he held his saber in defense, confident that he could block the sword formation. The crucial moment has arrived. I wonder if the strongest second-generation expert or Xing Xiaobao will win. I think Xing Xiaobao will win. In a clash of strength, the second-generation expert won't have an advantage. Bang! At this moment, many people were paying full attention. Clang! Deafening noises reverberated in the air as Lin Ling's swords were sent flying by the true divinity martial spirit. Moreover, the true divinity martial spirit lunged towards Lin Ling. Victory and defeat seemed to be clear at a glance. However, the Grand Council Minister's eyes lit up and he laughed. Lin Ling has obtained the Premier Seal. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was shocked. Lin Ling's sword had been battered into pieces by the impact. How could he have one? No, look at those 2 swords. Finally, a powerful generation cried out in alarm. Because among the scattered sword formation, there were 2 swords that struck out like lightning, as if nothing could stop them. Obviously, those 2 swords were extremely extraordinary. Most importantly, when the 2 swords shot toward Xing Xiaobao felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Just as he was about to defend and counterattack, he was shocked to find that the swords had changed. It disappeared in front of him and reappeared above his head. Then, it viciously slashed down. He saw the flaw in Xing Xiao's true god martial spirit. A sharp voice sounded out once more, causing the pupils of the surrounding generation to tremble. This was because although Xing Xiaobao's true divinity martial spirit was powerful, it had not yet matured. Thus, there was a flaw, and that flaw was the connection between Xing Xiaobao and the true divinity martial spirit. Ordinary people would not be able to see this flaw, and even true divinity powerhouses were rare. However, Lin Ling, a world king powerhouse, had actually seen through it. What a monstrous genius! But it's useless. How could a world king see through that flaw? Another person lightly said. This time, it was Luo Sha Thorn who spoke. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The first sword heart bloomed, cutting through the void. There was a mysterious connection between the true divinity martial spirit and Xing Xiaobao, like an invisible thread. However, the first sword cut through the thread. Although the thread did not break, it caused Xing Xiaobao to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The second sword was the most terrifying. It was the Tyrant Song sword, a 5th-grade immortal treasure that increased the power of primal chaos by 2 levels. A horizontal slash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a thunderclap, Xing Xiaobao's true divinity martial spirit immediately scattered. As for him, he withered and spat out a mouthful of blood, powerlessly falling to his knees. However, his eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had seen through his flaw, and most importantly, he had the strength to cut through it. This was the first time a World King Jr. had cut through his true divinity martial spirit. What a terrifying sword! 2 levels of primal chaos, shouldn't this appear on a true divinity powerhouse? Sword heart. And the first sword, sword heart. Sword heart. After the surrounding juniors recovered from their shock, they began to whisper amongst themselves. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He waved his right hand and the two swords flew back to him. The entire process was as light as the clouds and light as the wind, as smooth as flowing water. Superior, you've lost. Calm. A faint voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Even the Grand Council Minister was slightly surprised. He didn't think that in a short 3 months, Lin Ling's strength would rise again. This fellow's cultivation speed was truly at the level of a monstrous genius. Moreover, what if Lin Ling reached the true divinity realm? He couldn't help but look forward to it. Alright, Xing Xiaobao, your spot will be next time. After suppressing his thoughts, the Grand Council Minister looked ahead and lightly said. This caused Xing Xiaobao's face to turn pale. He was speechless, wishing that he could find a hole to crawl into. A first generation against a second generation, and he had lost. Moreover, Lin Ling had won so easily. This was a great humiliation to him. Indeed, there are no weaklings in the world. This Lin Ling is very difficult to deal with. Many people secretly muttered, especially Luo Xiaoxiai. His eyes were the coldest. If it wasn't for the Grand Council Minister, he would have wanted to capture Lin Ling and dig out all of Lin Ling's secrets. As for Lei Tianlan, her eyes secretly flickered. She had heard rumors that Lin Ling possessed a time and space divine steel. Now that Lin Ling was able to defeat those at a higher level than him, could it be that the time and space divine steel was extraordinary? When she thought of this, her breathing also became heavy. Alright, everyone is dismissed. Lin Ling and Lei Tianlan, follow me. Yes. Under the Grand Council Minister's command, all the geniuses left. Lin Ling also followed the Grand Council Minister into the depths. Of course, when they left, they looked at Xing Xiaobao mockingly, causing the latter's expression to become extremely gloomy. In the end, he coldly snorted and left. He obviously wouldn't let Lin Ling go. Brother Ling, Yu is proud of you. I believe that if Lord Red Jade Tiger is here, he would also be proud of you. On the other side, Lin Ling followed the Grand Council Minister. Yu held Lin Ling's hand and raised her delicate little face to look at Lin Ling. This was because she knew that if Lin Ling failed to obtain the commander's seal, it would be a great humiliation to Lord Red Jade Tiger. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't disappoint. I was so worried about you before. Xian Yuan Gu also held Lin Ling's hand. Although she knew that Lin Ling could defeat a first heaven true god, there was a difference between ordinary and geniuses in this realm. And the person Lin Ling had defeated earlier was a genius, someone who was even stronger than an ordinary first-level true god. It's still just a matter of skill. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. A genius true god was indeed powerful. Their strength was actually on par with him. Chapter 2597. Wait. Technique is the key to victory. A true genius doesn't rely on strength to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Lei Tianlan smiled and extended her hand. She introduced herself, I'm Lei Tianlan from Leiyin Mansion. The Leiyin Prefecture was even more ancient and powerful than the Holy King's Prefecture. This was because the Leiyin Prefecture was an ancient power that existed before the Green Prefecture was fully formed. It could be said to be one of the founding fathers of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and extended his hand. The two of them shook hands. Then, they followed the Grand Council. Brother Ling, you're messing around again. Yu was still smiling on the surface, but she secretly transmitted her voice. Her big eyes were sparkling, and she looked extremely cute. Don't underestimate her. She's not as nice as she looks. However, Lin Ling's next words stunned Yu Yu. Soon after, she heard Lin Ling secretly transmit his voice to her. She used some secret technique to try to see everything about me by shaking my hand. However, after I discovered her, she immediately withdrew her secret technique. She has no enmity with you, so why would she do that? Yu Yu couldn't help but be surprised. She asked again, but Lin Ling shook his head. He also didn't know the reason. Maybe it's the spacetime divine steel. At this moment, Lin Ling heard Queen Qianji's voice in his mind. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he understood what was going on. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. It looked like after the spacetime divine steel was exposed, many people were eyeing it covetously. Moreover, the enemy was in the dark while he was out in the open. He had to be careful. Moments later, Lin Ling's group stopped in their tracks. They arrived at a spacious study. This study was ancient and had a large number of bookshelves. The books placed there were all extremely ancient. Lin Ling even suspected that these books had existed since the beginning of time. This is the order of the governor. The Grand Council minister took out a golden jade tablet from the bookcase and handed it to Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan immediately took it with both hands. The commander-in-chief's command post represented one status, and one would receive a monthly salary of deity crystals from the Great Azure God dynasty. Moreover, with the martial governor's token in hand, many people of the younger generation could only look up to it. This is the marshal's seal. Then, the Grand Council took out a red square seal. With this seal, Lin Ling could summon the martial god battalion. Thank you, my lord. Lin Ling accepted them with a smile. Moreover, his 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes could see that these ancient seals and tokens were surrounded by a mysterious royal aura that could automatically protect him. This was a precious immortal artifact. Unfortunately, its degree of defense and protection was not very great, and it was more of a representation of one's identity. After talking for a while, Lei Tianlan also left, leaving the Grand Council to talk with Lin Ling. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Many ancient forces appeared when the Divine Dynasty was just born. For example, Lei Tianlan's Leiyin Manor is one of them. Said the Grand Secretary. Ancient forces that started the dynasty? Asked Yu Yu. The Grand Council nodded with a smile. You came from the Northland, right? Perhaps those ancient forces already existed before your hometown was born. Hearing this, even Xian Yuan Gu was surprised. The Rainforest Holy Land had been around for countless years, but those ancient forces were even older than the Rainforest Holy Land. The current master of the Leiyin Manor was transformed from a Leiyin bamboo in the chaos of the universe. Moreover, some people from their manor entered the imperial palace to serve the nobles of the Divine Dynasty. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is very deep. The experts above us all existed since the beginning of the world. We can't underestimate them. Their descendants were also born with golden spoons in their mouths. They are also existences that can't be provoked. Therefore, if you want to gain a firm foothold in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, you need to put in a lot of effort, unless you completely give up the peak of martial arts. Said the Grand Council. Of course, he was more concerned about Lin Ling. This was because he had seen Lin Ling's battle on the military drill field and also the Pride Tournament. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Lin Ling. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Ling immediately bowed. Although this was the first time he met the Grand Council minister, the latter didn't put on any airs. This left Lin Ling with a good impression. Break through to the World King realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to move an inch in Three Ring City. The Grand Council minister continued, also, the dean of your resplendent academy is also a Mount Tai and Big Dipper level character. If you have the chance, go and see him. At present, Lin Ling had seen the vice dean, but he hadn't seen the dean. The legendary Dean gave Lin Ling an extremely mysterious feeling. However, the Grand Council Minister's words were also correct. The most important thing right now was to break through to the World King realm. If he was too weak, there were many things he couldn't do. For example, going to the Immortal Temple to find a new heir. Without strength, he was afraid that danger would be everywhere. For instance, the 9 great heavens of Azure Province. These people hadn't provoked Lin Ling on the surface, but they were definitely eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey. And as Lin Ling was speaking with the Grand Council Minister, in a luxurious restaurant in Three Ring City, Sunset Brilliance was happily chatting with several powerhouses. Among them, Red Jade Tiger was also present. This was because he had received orders that Lin Ling had become a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. This left him extremely excited. The Martial God Battalion would finally have a successor. This is the first time in the history of our resplendent academy that someone has become a marshal after just becoming a first generation. Even Vice Dean Gong had come. Today was clearly a joyous day for Lin Ling, and also a day of pride for their resplendent academy. As for the restaurant, even the waiters were World King powerhouses. But as they looked at Vice Dean Gong and the others, their hearts filled with dread. They naturally knew that these people were great figures, but for so many great figures to gather in their restaurant, this was an extremely rare sight. Moreover, they seemed to be waiting for someone. That person's face was far too great. The same thing was occurring in the streets far away from the Grand Council Hall. Many powerhouses appeared, all of them waiting for someone. That is the great general of Three Ring City's North City. He once swept through the entire southern world 1,000 realms by himself and is known as the 1,000 Realms General. Why is he here? Don't you see? That is Saint Minor Protector, the little prince of the Holy King Mansion. He seems to be the master. Just what is going on? They are all middle true divinity powerhouses, and there are even many late true divinity powerhouses. Are they all here on Saint Minor Protector's orders? All around the streets, many people began to discuss, all of them startled. And there were also many first-generation powerhouses on the streets. They immediately understood what was happening. Saint Minor Protector had come to teach Lin Ling a lesson. In the Grand Council Hall, not only had Saint Minor Protector lost his position, but he had also been ruthlessly beaten up by Lin Ling. Saint Minor Protector would definitely not be able to swallow this. And in the Grand Council Hall, Saint Minor Protector didn't dare to act recklessly. But, Three Ring City was Saint Minor Protector's world. If he used the name of his mansion to summon powerhouses, then there would definitely be many people giving him face. This Lin Ling is in for a hard time. But, since he obtained a martial seal, his background shouldn't be small at all. The Martial God Battalion has a martial seal and 6 military camps, but they still can't compare to the Holy King Mansion. Although Saint Minor Protector doesn't dare to kill Lin Ling, he will definitely make Lin Ling kneel on the streets, kowtow, and admit his wrongs. He might even drink piss and eat shit. Chapter 2598. A show of strength. The first generations of the various academies were in high spirits, knowing that a good show was about to happen. Even Luo Sha Thorn was watching from afar. Although Lin Ling was a good genius, he could not compare to the local tyrant, the Holy King's residence. The surrounding discussions quietly fell into Xing Xiaobao's ears, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He had indeed lost a lot of face earlier. Now that so many people were watching, he would definitely wash away this shame. Moreover, the reverence around him made him feel like his face had been lifted. He wanted the first generation to know that anyone who dared to beat him, Xing Xiaobao, would have to obediently kneel down. Men, bring me 3 tall horses. Today, if Lin Ling doesn't eat all of them, he won't be able to leave Three Ring City. He waved his cloak and shouted domineeringly. Yes, young prince. An expert understood and brought out 3 ugly cattle and toad horses. These horses were 3 meters tall and had toad-like lumps all over their bodies. They also had 6 legs and were extremely ugly. These horses came from the southern border. Although they were not fast, their pulling force was very strong. They were used by some officials and nobles to do heavy work. Swoosh! The feces of the cattle, toad horses, and horses immediately emitted a stench. Although the feces of cattle, toad horses could be used to refine pills, it was still extremely smelly. Ha! Everyone looked at the domineering Xing Xiaobao and couldn't help laughing. 3 piles of feces were enough for Lin Ling to eat until he was full. This Xing Xiaobao was indeed worthy of being the tyrant of 3 Ring City. He knew how to torture people. Xing Xiaobao also smiled contentedly. He arranged a chair and waited for Lin Ling to come out. At this moment, in the Grand Council Hall, the Grand Council Minister and Lin Ling walked out with smiles on their faces. Sir, Xing Xiaobao is waiting for Lin Ling in the city. Moreover, he brought out many true Immortal Realm experts. I'm afraid he wants to teach Marshal Lin Ling a lesson. A soldier immediately walked over and reported. Audacious Xing Xiaobao. The Grand Council Minister was enraged. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Xing Xiaobao. The loser from before. Xing Xiaobao is the young prince of the Holy King's residence. Although you are the marshal, the Holy King's residence is not afraid of the martial god battalion. Lin Ling, I will help you deal with this matter. I want to see if 3 Ring City is Xing Xiaobao's territory. The Grand Council Minister looked at Lin Ling. The martial god battalion was one of the 6 battalions, so it wasn't the largest in 3 Ring City. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. There's no need to trouble your excellency. I, Lin Ling, can still deal with these small fries. The Grand Council looked surprised and then laughed. Good, that's what a marshal should look like. You have the aura. Go. He nodded in satisfaction. If Lin Ling couldn't even deal with a Saint Junior Guardian, then Lin Ling would be too weak. Fortunately, Lin Ling seemed to have been a leader before, so he was able to handle this kind of thing calmly. Yu, go and see this so-called Xing Xiaobao. Lin Ling said goodbye and left with Yu and Xian Yuan Gu. Sir, this Lin Ling is not afraid of anything. He is. The soldier beside him said. Yes, the waters of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty are very deep. When outsiders come here, they have to be careful at every step. There aren't many who are as calm and collected as Lin Ling. This guy has seen more storms than we thought. The Grand Council Minister smiled slightly, looking forward to how Lin Ling would resolve this matter. Lin Ling walked along the Grand Council Hall and slowly came to the main street. Both sides of the street. True Immortal Realm experts. Overlords. Lin Ling is here. Someone immediately spoke up, causing those experts to cast their gazes on Lin Ling. Is that Lin Ling, the champion of the Pride Tournament? He looks good. Yes, but he is too arrogant. He looked down on everyone when he just entered 3 Ring City. Now he has kicked an iron plate. He, the champion of the Pride Tournament, eating shit on the street. It will be good news. The experts were talking about it. They looked forward to it. Now, he should not be scared out of his wits. Another expert said. However, they were surprised. Lin Ling and Yu walked as if they were shopping. They did not react to the oppressive atmosphere on the street. This caused many people to be inwardly shocked. Lin Ling could react so calmly. First, Lin Ling did not know that someone was going to humiliate him. Second, Lin Ling knew, but he did not care. Among the 2 points, people believed the second one more. 3 Ring City is much better than other places. Yu, look. The street lions on both sides of the street are quite old. If they were in the rainforest, they would be good treasures, Lin Ling said as he walked. Yes, there are so many treasures here. It makes us feel like we are in an immortal city. Xian Yuan Gu was the first to reply. Brother Ling, why don't we take those street lions home? Yu Yu suggested with a cute smile. Their conversation was not loud, but they were surrounded by experts. How could they miss their conversation? They were shocked. Not only were these three not afraid, but they were also planning to rob something. At the end of the street, Xing Xiaobao had already seen Lin Ling. He thought Lin Ling would walk over nervously, but Lin Ling's reaction was normal. It was as if he did not see him at all. He had waited here for so long, and this was the result. Even he felt like he was playing with a monkey at this moment. Lin Ling, get over here. Xing Xiaobao could no longer suppress his anger. His voice finally attracted Lin Ling's attention. How dare you provoke the young prince in Three Ring City? Before Xing Xiaobao could say a second word, the Thousand Realms general next to him also shouted with a monstrous aura. It was obvious that this general had also climbed out of a pile of corpses. His murderous aura was extremely strong. Along with his voice, the surrounding experts also erupted with their auras. It was like a storm, shocking the world. This was a show of strength. They wanted Lin Ling to know their power. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally looked over. Then, he led Yu Yu and Xian Yuan go forward. The onlookers could not help but look forward to it. A good show was about to start. Men, bring out the horses. Seeing Lin Ling coming, Xing Xiaobao shouted again. Someone laughed loudly. Then, he came out with a cow, toad, and horse. The horse's nose snorted like a toad, but its voice was thunderous. What do you think after seeing this horse? At this moment, Xing Xiaobao revealed a playful smile. He seemed to be very happy. Let me tell you, you must give me 3 lumps of this horse's poop. Then, our grudge will be ridden off. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Three Ring City. He then waved his hand at Lin Ling and said in an even more domineering manner, bring it up. Yes, young prince. The expert leading the horse excitedly replied. He led the horse and swaggered towards Lin Ling. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he looked down at him and said, Marshal Lin Ling, what do you think after seeing this horse? Let me tell you, the young prince knows that you've become a marshal, so he specially used this horse to celebrate your victory. Even as a servant, he was extremely arrogant at this moment. Chapter 2599. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. What do you think? Lin Ling also looked at Nyogama with a calm expression. Meanwhile, the people who were watching the show all revealed smiles. Lin Ling wouldn't immediately swallow shit, right? However, just as they had that thought, Lin Ling leaped up and placed his palm on the saddle. The power of the divine demon exploded. Boom! The 3-meter-tall bull, frog, horse, and horse felt as if it had been crushed by Mount Tai. It was directly pressed to the ground by a single palm. Soon after, the horse's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. It had been killed by Lin Ling with a single palm strike. Even the street was smashed into a huge crater. This action was undoubtedly domineering and spread far and wide, shaking the entire Three Ring City. For a moment, the street was silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's tyrannical actions. It must be known that the ox, toad, and horse were like giant beasts in the 10,000 worlds. But now, they were smashed into meat paste. It was impossible not to be shocked. Lin Ling, how dare you? Xing Xiaobao was also stunned. Then, his face turned red with anger. Wasn't Lin Ling supposed to eat shit? He was actually so arrogant. You want to die? Is that horse a military horse? You actually dared to kill a horse on the street? Who gave you the guts? Next to Xing Xiaobao, the Thousand Realms general also let out a thunderous roar. His Majesty was extremely strong. Men, pull out 10 big horses for me. If he doesn't eat them all, I won't let him go today. The general shouted angrily again. Why are you shouting so loudly? Is it to prove your existence? Where did this little soldier come from? Who gave you the right to offend your superiors? Seeing this, Lin Ling also took a step forward, his expression extremely cold. You're just a junior. I'd like to see where you get the arrogance to speak. The general was also enraged. He led the experts behind him and stepped forward. Let me tell you, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you will still obediently eat shit. Is that so? General of the Thousand Realms, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, but you seem to think that you're the Lord of Three Ring City. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded out, and a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides. His aura was unfathomable, and every single move he made carried the aura of royalty. Eighth Lord. The general's expression changed violently when he saw this. He had to look up to such a figure. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is the guest I've been waiting for today. If you dare to attack my guest, you must be tired of living. However, Lord Eighth's next words made the general's face turn pale. This sentence was clearly saying that Lord Eighth was supporting Lin Ling. Lord Eighth was an ambitious and ruthless person in Four Ring City. He could not afford to offend him. You're called Xing Xiaobao, right? Sanhuan City seems to have become your backyard. At this time, another voice came, causing Saint Xiaobao to look over. He immediately asked, Who are you? The person who came was an old man. He had a benevolent look on his face, but he had the aura of a divine king. I am Resplendent Academy's Vice Principal Gong. The old man said indifferently, Don't think that just because Sanhuan City belongs to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, my Resplendent Academy is not qualified to speak here. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a hair on Lin Ling's head, your Holy King's mansion is equivalent to opposing the Resplendent Academy. Plop. Saint Xiaobao's face turned pale as he fell to the ground in fright. He had long known that Lin Ling was a genius of the Resplendent Academy, but never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the vice principal would personally come for Lin Ling. This was the first time in the Resplendent Academy's long history that such a thing had happened. Vice Principal Gong is also here. Where did this Lin Ling get his strength from? The people who were watching a good show also opened their mouths wide at this moment. Lin Ling was just a newcomer, but he had 2 ancient supremes backing him up. This was too terrifying. We've been waiting for Lin Ling for the whole morning. I was wondering why Lin Ling hadn't come yet. So it's because trash like you stopped him. However, the crowd's shock did not end there. Another angry voice was heard. This time, it was Sunset Brilliance. Although this person was not from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he was the owner of Fortune Manor. Your Holy King's mansion is not allowed to enter my Fortune Manor for 3 years. Most importantly, there was a middle-aged man beside Sunset Brilliance. He had a noble aura, but there was no anger between his brows. Ram King, the real owner of Fortune Manor. Seeing the middle-aged man, everyone was shocked at this moment. That was because Fortune Manor had 2 owners. One was the vice principal, and the other was the vice principal. The vice principal was Sunset Brilliance. He was in charge of contacting the other Fortune Manor in 9 prefectures, but the vice principal was in charge of Qing Prefecture's Fortune Manor. It was said that this senior had even met the Emperor of Myriad Realms of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. And now, these 2 huge figures who were in charge of wealth had also come. Moreover, they came for Lin Ling again. Today, Lin Ling just moved his feet and Sanhuan City was in turmoil. However, was it over just like that? Good, Xing Xiaobao, you have guts. If you have the ability, don't leave San Juan City. Otherwise, my martial god battalion will surround you for 3 years. The majestic voice could be said to be continuous like thunder. Another expert had arrived. It was the marshal of the martial god battalion. Although the soldiers of the martial god battalion were not allowed to enter San Juan City, if they were angered, they would surround the city. As long as Xing Xiaobao dared to leave the city, the martial god battalion's army would come bearing down on him. Thump, thump, thump. The continuous sounds made Xing Xiaobao's heart beat faster and faster. He had ordered the experts to surround Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was not weaker than him in terms of numbers and power. Lin Ling had even turned the tables on him. As for the experts brought by Xing Xiaobao, their faces were pale at this moment. The corners of their mouths were trembling. Some of the weaker experts had even fainted. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty had a strict status. At this moment, they had offended their superiors. If they were beheaded in public, it would be a common occurrence. At this moment, Lin Ling had already stepped forward and arrived in front of Xing Xiaobao, looking down at him. Xing Xiaobao, you brought such a big scene to bully me. Why aren't you saying anything now? His voice drifted out, causing Xing Xiaobao to raise his head. His eyes were red as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. Unfortunately, he could only be angry and not dare to say anything. The thunder is loud but the rain is small. I, Lin Ling, have been waiting for you to make things difficult for me. You better not disappoint me. Lin Ling said again. Xing Xiaobao immediately went silent. The surrounding onlookers sighed. They had caused such a commotion before, but in the end, this was the outcome. It was indeed loud thunder, but little rain. Lin Ling lightly said, I know you want to take me down a notch to prove how powerful a superior like you is. I don't care about this, but I do care about one thing. You're disturbing me from going shopping with my wife. Going shopping? The crowd was astonished. This Lin Ling was truly domineering. With so many people surrounding him, he was still in the mood to go shopping. Meanwhile, Lin Ling squatted down and patted Xing Xiaobao's cheek with disdain. Today, I just obtained the marshal's seal and am in a good mood, so I'll spare your dog life. Chapter 2600. A secret letter. However, just as he was about to rejoice, Lin Ling said again, I can spare your lives, but each of you has to eat 3 lumps of the horse feces. You can leave when you finish them. What? Xing Xiaobao raised his head in shock. Oh, you think it's too little? Fine, then you have to eat 5 lumps. Lin Ling smiled. 1 lump of the horse feces was enough for 3 burly men to eat, let alone 5 lumps. You're courting death. Xing Xiaobao trembled in anger. The more he shouted, the angrier Lin Ling became. You think it's too little again? Fine, then give me 10 lumps. Hearing this, Xing Xiaobao was stunned. The Thousand Realms general behind him said bitterly, Xiaobao, please don't speak anymore, okay? If Xing Xiaobao spoke again, Lin Ling might ask them to eat 100 lumps. That would be worse than killing them. Plop. Xing Xiaobao was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Then, he fainted. Lin Ling smiled coldly and ignored him. He turned around and walked toward Lori Yao and the others. Each of you has to eat 10 lumps. If you don't finish them, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lori Yao and the others said coldly. The Thousand Realms general and the others shuddered. They cursed Xing Xiaobao in their hearts for provoking such a big shot. Now, they had no choice but to eat. Looking at the giant toad-like horse, the bitter smiles on their faces became even more intense. Some of them had not even started eating feces, but he had already vomited from fright. Without any suspense, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. Xing Xiaobao had smashed his own foot with a rock. As for Lin Ling, he left with Luo Riyao and the others and headed towards the inn. As expected, this Lin Ling has many experts supporting him. Among the crowd, Luo Shao stared coldly at Lin Ling's back. There was a cold glint in his eyes. In fact, today's events were all part of his plan. He wanted to find out the power behind Lin Ling through Xing Xiaobao, and now, he finally found out. This meant that it would be very difficult for him to touch Lin Ling. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, in terms of strength, even 100 Lin Lings wouldn't be his opponent. However, such a weak Lin Ling made him unable to attack. I'll find his weakness one day. Luo Shao thought to himself. Killing Lin Ling was a small matter. The spacetime divine steel in Lin Ling's possession was what he valued the most. As for the distant Grand Council Hall, the Grand Council Minister seemed to know about the situation on the street. He couldn't help but smile. No wonder why this Lin Ling is so confident. So he already knew that many big shots were waiting for him. This Xing Xiaobao is courting death. In fact, his guess was right. Lin Ling wasn't afraid before because Luo Riyao and the others were waiting for him. At this moment, in the restaurant, a group of experts were congratulating Lin Ling. Lin Ling picked up his wine cup and said to the experts, "Thank you for your help before." "It's nothing. Hee, although this Holy King's mansion has some ability, we old monsters aren't to be trifled with." Luo Riyao and the other experts laughed one after another. If they supported Lin Ling alone, they would hesitate for a moment. However, it wasn't just the vice principal, but also the Eighth Lord, Fu Xing Manor, and other forces. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't miss out on this favor. Lin Ling also knew that these ancient experts only valued his potential. If his potential was ordinary, these experts wouldn't have shown up before. Even so, Lin Ling was still grateful to them. Of course, through the incident with Xing Xiaobao, Lin Ling was also more familiar with the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This ancient divine dynasty was indeed full of experts. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had also been to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, but he didn't enter it, so he wasn't familiar with it. However, in the past, Li Xiaoyao knew that the current divine emperor of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was extremely powerful. Even Li Xiaoyao felt inferior. Every emperor of the 9 states was born to seize the lives of the people around the world. As for whether there were more powerful experts above the 9 states, Li Xiaoyao didn't know. Of course, in this life, Lin Ling would definitely find out the secret. After a while, everyone became familiar with each other. At this time, a waiter walked into the private room and bowed. "May I ask who is Lord Lin Ling? Here is a letter from him." Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Lin Ling had just entered Sanhuan City, and the people he knew were also present. So, who would send a letter to Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He said lightly, "I am Lin Ling." The waiter hurriedly handed over the letter in fear. Crimson Moon Straight Shadow Feather. Seeing the black letter, Lin Ling was shocked. The others were also slightly surprised. This is a secret letter. The Crimson Moon Straight Shadow Feather was the feather of the Crimson Moon Straight Shadow Divine Eagle. If it was forged with a barrier, it had the power to block all detection. Only the owner of the letter could see the words in the letter. And the other party sent such a letter, obviously, they didn't want others to know the secret in the letter. "Vice Principal Gong, I heard that this restaurant has immortal songs and dances. I have heard of it for a long time. Why don't you accompany me to have a look?" Luo Riyao was indeed a smart person. He immediately suggested. The group of experts also reacted and immediately left with smiles, leaving Lin Ling space to slowly read the letter. Since the letter was a secret letter, they naturally didn't want to poke their nose into other people's business. After everyone left, Lin Ling's face also became serious. "Brother Ling, who sent you the letter?" Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu were not outsiders, so they stayed in the private room. Lin Ling shook his head, and the boundary energy appeared in his hand. The letter was immediately burned, and then a big word appeared in the sky. Junior brother Lin Ling, since we parted in the past, I was very curious about your battle, so I want to talk about martial arts with you. Please come to the Huaji Pavilion. I will serve you good wine and wait for you. Of course, if you don't have time, you can ask your sister-in-law to come. My Huaji Pavilion has the universal peony, and my sister-in-law will like it very much. The voice was extremely soft as the big word floated out. Signed, Lei Tianlan. It's her. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, and Yu Yu and the others were also shocked. Lei Tianlan and Lin Ling had only met once. Why did she invite Lin Ling? Brother Ling, you said that Lei Tianlan seemed to be hostile, and she came from Siwan City. Even the Grand Council was a little afraid of her, so you'd better not get involved with this kind of person. Yu Yu said worriedly. However, Lin Ling shook his head. She didn't give me any other choice. In the letter, she said that if I don't have time, you can go. This is a secret threat. Obviously, Lei Tianlan was very shrewd. She knew that Lin Ling might not come, so she used Yu Yu and the others to threaten him. At the end of the letter, she said that her sister-in-law should come. And her sister-in-law was obviously Yu Yu and the others. But this is a Hongmen banquet. Xian Yuangu frowned and said. Chapter 2601. Meet Lei Tianlan. I'll make a move first. Don't tell anyone about this envelope. After pondering for a while, Lin Ling stood up and said. He knew that Lei Tianlan must have thought it through thoroughly. She did not want him to inform Luo Gri Yao and the others. Moreover, informing Luo Gri Yao and the others might not even work. Lei Tianlan represented the Leiyin manor, not her personal influence. She was not as influential as Luo Shadi and the others. Brother Ling, we'll go with you. Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu both stood up, their beautiful eyes filled with determination. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. In a place like the martial god world, people were fickle and fickle. The only people who could make him open his heart and trust them were Yu Yu and the others. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just wait for me in the Yulin market. I promise you that I'll be back. Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged Yu Yu and the others. Moreover, his hands were not well behaved. He rubbed the two beautiful wives until they were gasping for breath and their cheeks were flushed red. Lin Ling, you're so bad. Xian Yuangu's voice sounded like it could drip water. Ha! Lin Ling smiled in a carefree manner before turning around and leaving. The reason why he wasn't being honest was because he didn't want Yu Yu and the others to be too nervous. Seeing Lin Ling once again embark on his journey, Yu Yu and the others were moved. They knew that if it weren't for the two of them, Lin Ling definitely wouldn't have gone to the Feast of Hongmen. And Lin Ling was such a person. He could be the enemy of the entire world, and he could also ignore the lives of the people in the world. However, he was extremely concerned about the people around him. He wouldn't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. The purpose of this trip was the Flower Princess Pavilion. As for what would happen next, Lin Ling had no idea. Along the way, Lin Ling discovered that Three Ring City was very big. It was like a divine dragon sitting on the earth. There were mountains and rivers. It could be said to be a world of its own. The Flower Princess Pavilion was quite famous in the Three Ring City. It was actually located at the edge of a cliff. After asking the passers-by, Lin Ling also walked in that direction. Not long after, a misty mountain range appeared in front of him. The bottom of the mountain range was like a big city. It was bustling with noise and excitement, and all kinds of stalls selling treasures could be seen everywhere. The Flower Princess Pavilion looked like a pavilion, but in fact, it could also be called a palace. Looking at the winding steps made of white jade, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and then strode up. He wanted to see what Lei Tianlan was up to. At this moment, the flower concubine pavilion was like a sea of flowers. There were all kinds of flowers from all over the universe, and there were more than 1 billion varieties. That was how powerful Lei Tianlan was. Do you think he'll come? In a bamboo pavilion, a woman in a red dress walked out with her bare feet on the soft grass. She picked a bright flower in the garden and sniffed it. Unless he can give up on the people around him, or if he's so stupid that he can't understand the meaning of our letter, he'll definitely come. An old voice rang out in the garden, causing the flowers to wither. Granny, what do you think of Lin Ling? I don't have any opinion of him. Although he has Luo Ri Yao and the others behind him, that's all there is to it. I'm curious about his spacetime divine tablet. If he comes this time, we'll definitely seize the spacetime divine tablet. I heard that the sovereign marquis and other powerhouses are also eyeing that treasure covetously. The sound of conversation continued to ring out in the garden. At this moment, someone's voice rang out from outside, "Young miss, Lin Ling is here." As soon as this was said, Lei Tianlan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she revealed an indescribably beautiful smile. I didn't expect him to really dare to come. My evaluation of him has improved again. Forget it, I'll give him a chance. Welcome the guest. Lei Tianlan waved her hand, and a red light floated out, covering her seductive body and forming a set of fiery red armor. This armor could freely change its size and was hidden in a person's body. Obviously, it was a precious immortal treasure. In the flower pavilion, celestial music floated in the air, and fragrance filled the air. A palace maid wearing cicada wings came out to welcome them. Lin Ling also stepped into the palace. What entered his eyes was a beautiful garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and at the edge of the garden were white clouds floating. This garden was actually at the edge of a cliff, and the cliff was filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Ling quietly used his soul power to investigate, but he found that the cliff was bottomless. One had to know that Lin Ling's current soul power could cover an entire world, but he couldn't see the bottom of the cliff. This three-ring city was really a place of unfathomable depths. In the garden, a palace maid put down fine wine, then smiled at Lin Ling and left. A woman in a fiery red robe stood among the flowers, like a peony flower, quietly standing there, giving people the feeling that she was a queen. She was naturally Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't have much contact with Lei Tianlan, but this time, Lei Tianlan gave him a completely different feeling. Although Lei Tianlan wasn't very beautiful, she was like a domineering flower, intellectual and enchanting, like a female emperor. Lin Ling had met a lot of women in his life. In terms of heroic aura, no one could be better than Lei Tianlan. She even reminded Lin Ling of the story of Hua Mulan in his previous world. Marshal Lin Ling, welcome. Lei Tianlan's temperament was very calm. She smiled and asked Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly and sat down. I've heard of Marshal Lin Ling's fame long ago. You're young, but you're the fastest cultivating monster in the Resplendent Academy, and the youngest marshal in the 6 camps. There are also many experts behind you. You're a hero from a young age. Lei Tianlan also sat down, holding a wine glass, and said slowly. You flatter me, it's just an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Lei Tianlan was so familiar with him. You've cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. According to my guess, there are no more than 10 people in the first level of True God Realm who can defeat you. With your strength, you can definitely enter the Heavenly Transcendence ranking. Unfortunately, your realm hasn't reached the True God Realm. You're really a freak. Lei Tianlan continued to say. Senior Sister Tianlan, you didn't invite me here just to treat me to a drink, right? The more familiar Lei Tianlan was with him, the more Lin Ling felt that this woman was terrifying. In his life, he had encountered countless opponents. Some of them were shrewd and had a knife hidden in their smiles. Some of them were arrogant and direct, and they used force to sweep everything. Lei Tianlan was the enemy between the two. She was shrewd, but she was also arrogant and direct. She was hostile to Lin Ling, but she could talk to him like a friend. This was also the sign of an emperor. Marshal Lin Ling, I see that you didn't touch a drop of wine. Are you afraid that the wine is poisoned? Or are you afraid that sister-in-law will blame you for coming out to drink wine? Lei Tianlan didn't answer Lin Ling's question. Instead, she smiled and said. At this moment, she was like a woman, giving people a sense of charm. My wife never cares about what I do. As for the wine being poisoned, as long as it's wine, there's no wine that I, Lin Ling, don't dare to drink. Lin Ling smiled and picked up the wine glass to drink. He also knew that if Lei Tianlan really wanted to hurt him, she would never poison the wine, because it was unnecessary. Chapter 2602. Carouse. This is the 100 Immortals wine of the universe, brewed with 100 kinds of immortal flowers. Some immortal flowers grow in the void of the universe, which is hard to come by. Therefore, this wine is very good for warriors. However, there is one condition. You must be at the true immortal realm to drink this wine. Lei Tianlan also took a sip of the wine, her long hair fluttering in the wind. I don't think the great Marshal Lin Ling will be burned to death by wine. Her last sentence was filled with boundless domineering aura. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes had already turned red. Although this wine was precious, it could only be drunk by a true divinity realm martial artist. If a world king realm martial artist were to drink this wine, it would be extremely dangerous. This should be a test. Although I, Lin Ling, have a cheap life and can't compare to the upper-class people of Qingzhou, a rotten ship still has 3 caddies of nails. Drinking wine is not enough to kill me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lei Tianlan's eyes flickered, but she also knew that Lin Ling must be enduring the burning immortal wine. And that was indeed the case. Lin Ling, do you need my help? At the same time, Queen Qianji's voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. No need. This wine is also a double-edged sword. If it can't burn me, Lin Ling, to death, then I'll use this opportunity to advance to the next level. Lin Ling replied, gritting his teeth. He looked at the wine on the table, picked it up abruptly, and drank it again. At this moment, Lei Tianlan's face turned serious. This Lin Ling was crazy. Although this wine was precious, the way Lin Ling drank it, even true god realms did not dare. To carouse, what is life like? For example, the morning dew, the passing of days is bitter. It is clear as the moon, when will it fade away? Worry came from within and could not be cut off. As the hot wine entered his throat, Lin Ling's heroic voice floated out at the same time. In reality, his dantian was already burning. His realm spirit was roaring. However, Lin Ling's arrogant attitude undoubtedly made Lei Tianlan think more highly of him. However, Lei Tianlan did not think that Lin Ling, who was only a world king, would be safe and sound. Sure enough, Lin Ling's mouth began to bleed. The wine was a double-edged sword. If it couldn't be refined, then it would be poisonous. Is that all? Lei Tianlan's eyebrows furrowed. At one point, she almost made a move. Don't be anxious, wait. But at this moment, a voice rose in her heart, calming her down. Sure enough, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the terrifying power on Lin Ling's body was withdrawn. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still calmly drinking his wine, his face as calm as an ancient well. And most importantly, he had stepped into the peak world king realm. Realm, spirit god, realm. Universe 100 Immortals wine. Even an immortal would be burned to death if they drank it, let alone a mere world king. This boy is truly fierce. Seeing this, Lei Tianlan cried out in alarm. At the very least, if she was at the World King realm, she absolutely wouldn't be able to endure this wine. She even believed that there were not many people in the World King realm who dared to drink this wine in the world realm. At this moment, Lei Tianlan paid more attention to Lin Ling. She knew that this was a strong man who had not yet risen. His potential was infinite. It was no wonder that those ancient powerhouses valued Lin Ling. Marshal Lin Ling, I don't know what you think about the future. Putting away her thoughts, Lei Tianlan smiled and said. However, Lin Ling was already drunk. Lei Tianlan, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Ling's long hair was also dancing wildly. With the help of alcohol, his aura was like a sword. When his eyes fell on Lei Tianlan, it made her heart roar. What a sharp gaze. She clearly felt that Lin Ling was different. He was like an emperor who ruled the world. Although this was the effect of the wine, it was also Lin Ling's hidden pride. As expected of Marshal Lin Ling, you are straightforward. Then, I will go straight to the point. I invited you here today because I want you to join my Leiyin manor. Lei Tianlan said. In fact, when she asked Lin Ling to drink, it was to test Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling's aura, she thought of recruiting Lin Ling. Condition. Lin Ling said indifferently. If you work for my Leiyin manor for the rest of your life, I will make you a man above the rest and stand tall in Qingzhou. Lei Tianlan said, of course, if you become a member of my Leiyin manor, you can't hide anything from us. You mean, if I have any secrets, I can't hide them from Leiyin manor, right? Lin Ling's eyes widened. Lei Tianlan nodded, this may be your only choice. Choice. I, Lin Ling, started from nothing and became the second generation of the martial god world. Do you think threats will work on me? My choice in life is based on myself, not on what others have given me. Lin Ling laughed and stood up suddenly. Lei Tianlan squinted her eyes, Marshal Lin Ling, you have to think carefully. Originally, she would not give Lin Ling any choice today. However, because of Lin Ling's previous achievements, she was moved and gave Lin Ling a chance to join the Leiyin manor. Now, Lin Ling had rejected her. Of course, the consequences of rejecting her were obvious. Senior Sister Sky Orchid, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for the wine. Lin Ling sneered and left the seat. Lei Tianlan's face became gloomier. Being rejected was not a good feeling. Moreover, although she looked like a woman, her heart was overbearing. She had always been the one to control everything. However, Lin Ling, a junior in the World King realm, was even more overbearing than her. He was more like an emperor in front of her. The wine is not cold yet. Marshal Lin Ling, please stay for a while. Lei Tianlan's voice became cold. She stretched out her hand and flower petals formed a huge vortex that surged towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the petal vortex was filled with thunderous sounds. Her cultivation was at the second level of true god realm, but her talent was not weak. Before the petals could get close to Lin Ling, a divine light spread out from Lin Ling's body to protect him. However, it was useless. Shura Sword Array. However, Lin Ling had already guessed it. He continued to walk forward and the ancient sword behind him flew out. The black sword pierced through the sky. Xiao! Xiao! 81 Shura swords shot out. The sword heart and chaotic energy collided with the petal vortex. Flame coffin. Lin Ling shouted again. He had drunk strong wine before, and now he could use this battle to refine the wine. Bang! Colorful flames soared into the sky. The flame coffin descended. Moreover, the flame coffin today was different. The mysterious coffin constantly trembled, as if some demon god was about to awaken. So powerful. Although this was not the first time Lei Tianlan had seen Lin Ling fight, it was the first time she faced him. This made her realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. This fellow was like a flame demon and a sword demon. He was not weak at all. If you had reached the true God realm, I, Lei Tianlan, am confident that I would not be your opponent. But you are only at the World King realm. Lei Tianlan also stood up. Petals began to rain down from the sky, forming a storm that danced above the palace. Mysterious bamboos also appeared. Each bamboo was connected to the sound of thunder. Paw. Paw. Chapter 2603. Go eat shit. What happened at the Flower Princess Pavilion? What a terrifying power. I've heard that the owner of the Flower Bee Pavilion has a powerful background. How dare someone behave so atrociously in the Flower Bee Pavilion? Qing Province is really full of strange things. At the foot of the Flowerjack Pavilion mountain range, many warriors exclaimed. To carouse, life is short. Right at this moment, a furious shout resounded through the sky. Rumble. The 81 swords were accompanied by flames and surging willpower. They swept toward Lei Tianlan, causing the surrounding thunder bamboo to sway. I'm a second-level true god realm. This Lin Ling is actually giving me tremendous pressure. Lei Tianlan was more and more surprised. She knew that if she couldn't recruit Lin Ling, such a formidable opponent, she must destroy him. Arrogant Junior, scram. Just as Lei Tianlan was about to make a move, a thunderbolt came down from the sky. It was as if the universal divine thunder had struck the 81 swords and sent them flying. Furthermore, the lightning condensed and formed the figure of an old woman. Grandma, this brat has gone too far. I can deal with him. Seeing this, Lei Tianlan frowned and complained. She had known that the old woman was hiding around. Let's end this quickly so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The old woman naturally knew that Lei Tianlan could win, but Lin Ling was not a pushover. She would not be able to take him down without some time. That was why the old woman had personally taken action. Ignorant brat, can you still be so arrogant in front of me? Then, the old woman stared at Lin Ling as if she was staring at a slave. Old woman, who the fuck are you? Lin Ling was overwhelmed by the immortal wine. At this moment, his domineering aura was magnificent. Moreover, Lei Tianlan had snatched his things and openly provoked him. Therefore, he proudly pointed his sword at the old woman. The old woman was stunned. There was actually someone in Three Ring City who called her an old woman. Even in Sihuan City, no one dared to scold her like that. Junior, do you know who I am? The old woman flew into a rage. Who are you? Go ask your mother. I have no interest in knowing, old hag. Lin Ling roared like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. You're courting death. The old woman was so angry that she almost revealed her true form. Her old hand that was like firewood grabbed out, and her 5 fingers turned into lightning. It was so terrifying. This old woman was the current lord of the Thunder Manor and was formed from the Thunder Bamboo. She had been around for countless years. In her mind, she would definitely be able to capture Lin Ling easily. After that, she would naturally torture Lin Ling properly. However, as the giant lightning hand got closer and closer to Lin Ling, a frightening spider web shot out and actually wrapped around the giant lightning hand. Although it could not affect its power, it was clearly enough to disgust the old woman. Old woman, you said I was looking for death, but I'm still alive and well. Shouldn't you go and eat the shit of cows, toads, and horses? The anger in Lin Ling's heart grew stronger and stronger. Even the wine he drank before was burning up. Almost at the same time, a shadow appeared beside Lin Ling. It was Queen Qianji. Sure enough, he has a secret. Seeing this, Lei Tianlan's face became solemn. Her grandmother had personally taken action, but she still failed to capture Lin Ling instantly. This Lin Ling should be proud of himself. Moreover, she saw that her noble grandmother was about to explode from anger because of Lin Ling's curses and words. In fact, if she were in Lei Tianlan's shoes, she would not be in a good mood either. He was obviously a weak junior, but he was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, he kept calling her an old hag without any etiquette. Great, you actually have a bitch. Then let's die together. The old woman was so angry that she laughed. She had been in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty for many years. When she met the Empress Dowager, the experts she met were all respectful to her. Therefore, she could not help but laugh at this moment. Bitch? I think you are the bitch. Your whole family are bitches, including that Lei Tianlan. You are just the incarnations of bamboo. Instead of being a bamboo or a bamboo stool, you came to provoke me, Lin Ling. It seems that you are tired of being bamboo. However, the old woman was so angry that she laughed. Lin Ling was also laughing. Lei Tianlan was enraged by his vicious words. However, before they could speak, Lin Ling's voice was heard again. I know that you want the spacetime divine steel. Since you want it so much, I will give it to you. Following Lin Ling's roar, a huge stone tablet appeared in the sky and smashed down with a loud crash. That majestic scene caused the old woman to be dumbstruck. This is the spacetime divine steel. Soon, the old woman became excited. Based on the aura, she knew that the divine steel was extraordinary. And such an ancient treasure was going to belong to her today. Thinking of this, she became even more excited. She was even afraid that the appearance of the spacetime divine steel would attract the attention of the powerhouses in Three Ring City and compete with her for the treasure. Lei Tianlan was also stunned, but she was much calmer. Grandma, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, the spacetime divine steel was already in sight. Its terrifying aura was about to destroy the entire flowerbed pavilion. At this moment, the old woman finally recovered from her excitement. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's angry voice was heard. You want the spacetime divine steel? Go eat shit. Boom. However, before she could react, the spacetime divine steel had already crashed down. Boom. 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 The entire flowerbed pavilion was turned into dust. The rumbling sound almost spread throughout Three Ring City. No one expected Lin Ling's desperate attack to be so terrifying. Lin Ling, how do you feel? Yes. Amidst the dust, Queen Qianji supported Lin Ling and asked. The immortal wine is still burning my boundary spirit and attacking my mind and soul. It won't be long before I fall into a deep sleep. Lin Ling forced himself to calm down. He said anxiously, let's leave this place immediately. With the spacetime divine steel's power, the old woman can still stop it. Where should we go? Queen Qianji frowned and asked. This was also a huge problem. In Three Ring City, Lin Ling could not fly even if he had wings. Moreover, once the spacetime divine steel appeared, many powerhouses might be eyeing it covetously. They might take advantage of Lin Ling's weakened state to kill Lin Ling and steal the treasure. The cliff. But soon, Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he looked at the edge of the flowerbed pavilion. One should know that the cliff was extremely mysterious. When Lin Ling first arrived, he scanned the cliff with his soul power. However, he could not see the bottom of the cliff. Perhaps there was a way out. While he was talking, Lin Ling was shocked to see the spacetime divine steel slowly rising into the air. Under the steel, the old woman was holding the space-time divine steel with both hands. This old woman. Lin Ling had to admit defeat. Let's go. Time was running out. With Queen Qianji's help, Lin Ling shot towards the cliff. Tianlan, they are escaping. Stop them. The old woman, who was holding the tablet, couldn't help but yell in anger when she saw Lin Ling's actions. Where do you think you are going? Lei Tianlan was not injured because the old woman was holding the space-time divine steel. She turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Lin Ling. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The old woman is a bitch, and the young one is a bitch too. Chapter 2604. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Woo woo. Lei Tianlan couldn't resist the terrible spider web with the power of chaos. She was immediately tied up tightly, and even her mouth was sealed. If not for the fact that they were in a hurry, Qianji would have killed her already. Thunder Echo Manor, today's grudge has been settled. If I, Lin Ling, do not die, then your Thunder Echo Manor will disappear from this world. I, Lin Ling, hereby swear. Both the old woman and Lei Tianlan heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice. At that moment, they felt a chill in their hearts. Blood oath. This was a blood oath made with the martial arts heart of a martial artist. If Lin Ling could not complete it, then his martial path would collapse. This also meant that Lin Ling and the Thunder Mansion would not rest until one of them was dead. Before they could react, Lin Ling and Queen Qianji had already jumped off the cliff. At the same time, the space-time divine steel in the sky also instantly disappeared. It turned into a ray of light and followed closely behind Lin Ling. Junior, where are you going? When had the old woman ever suffered such a great loss? She chased after Lin Ling, but when she reached the edge of the cliff, she stopped abruptly. Because she was very clear about the taboo below the cliff. In Qingzhou, there were many taboo places that even she did not dare to enter. The cliff in Sanhuan City was one of them. According to legend, it was a secret of the great Qing divine dynasty that the bottom of the cliff led to the 10,000 hells. However, it was undeniable that those who fell off the cliff would definitely die. Back then, there was also a fierce battle in Qing state. There were ancient experts who wanted to overthrow the divine dynasty, but the current emperor appeared and captured all the experts alive. He then threw them into the 10,000 prison. At that time, because it was overcrowded, some people were thrown into the prison from the cliff. The old woman still remembered this memory to this day. Bastard! When she thought of this, the old woman immediately roared towards the sky. Lin Ling's death was a small matter, but she had missed the opportunity to obtain the divine steel of time and space. As for Lei Tianlan, she was also stunned. Her eyes were full of resentment, and when she thought of the blood oath Lin Ling made before he died, she shuddered. With Lin Ling's talent, if he did not die, the Thunder Sound Manor would have a powerful enemy. Of course, she also knew that it was taboo, so she still thought that Lin Ling would definitely die. This is clearly the first time this junior has come here. How does he know about the taboo? The old woman cursed angrily. If Lin Ling had fled in any other direction, he would never have been able to escape from the old woman's clutches. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would jump off the cliff, leaving her helpless? Today, it could be said that she had gone for wool and come home shorn. What happened? At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. In the sky, a powerhouse walked over. He was the sovereign marquis. He had sensed the aura of the divine steel of time and space, so he had immediately rushed over. In addition, powerhouses were also arriving in Threering City one after another, causing the old woman's expression to turn even uglier. She did not expect that a mere Lin Ling would cause such a commotion in Threering City. This was also the reason why she wanted to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, she did not get her wish in the end. Lin Ling wanted to humiliate my granddaughter, so I killed him on the spot. The old woman said indifferently as she looked at the sky. What? Lin Ling is dead. He humiliated your granddaughter? If I remember correctly, his strength is only at the World King realm. The powerhouses all frowned and voiced their doubts. They felt that this was impossible. If I say so, then so be it. The old woman shouted, causing all the powerhouses to fall silent. Do you have evidence? However, there were still powerhouses who were not afraid of the old woman. At this moment, they flew over from afar. There were quite a few of them, and they were Vice President Gong and the others. My granddaughter is the evidence. Do you see? She is still tied up. If I did not come quickly, that bastard would have gotten away with it. The old woman's expression was still cold. Although everyone knew that she was lying through her teeth, she came from Foring City. She was not someone they could easily provoke. Nonsense. However, there was still someone who dared to scold the old woman. It was Marshal Chi Yuhu. Do I need to spout nonsense? Also, don't point at me. Otherwise, I will cut off all your fingers. The old woman's aura became even more terrifying and domineering. We will investigate this matter. If it is not as you say, the Thunder Sound Manor will have to give the Resplendent Academy an explanation. Vice President Gong pulled Chi Yuhu back and said with a serious face. He naturally did not believe the old woman's words. However, without evidence, he could not do anything for the time being. After all, the old woman was someone who could invite the Empress Dowager. Let's go. Vice President Gong then led the crowd away. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the others also left with cold expressions. However, they were puzzled. Was Lin Ling really dead? Could it be that the lord that was transformed from Lei Zhu had obtained the spacetime divine steel? However, it did not seem like it. If the old woman had obtained the spacetime divine steel, she should not have been angry. Moreover, the old woman's anger was not an act. It was as if her 18 generations of ancestors had been killed. She was truly angry. Lin Ling is not a pushover. I believe that he is not dead. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice muttered to himself. Of course, Vice President Gong and the others also thought so. However, everything now depended on the passage of time. That night, Three-Ring City was in an uproar. Even Two-Ring City and One-Ring City were in the same state. Rumors spread throughout the three great academies. Humiliating senior sister Tianlon. This Lin Ling thinks that he is a genius. It is his first time in Three-Ring City and he is already so arrogant. He is really a frog in a well. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With his talent and strength, he can only be arrogant in the second generation. Interesting. This is really interesting. After learning about Lin Ling, many people were waiting to watch a good show. They were waiting to see what would happen. Lin Ling is so bold. He actually dared to touch my fiancé. It would be good if he is really dead. If he is not, I will tear him into pieces. Of course, some people could not be in a joking mood. On the contrary, the angriest person was the Heaven Worship Battalion's Marshal Yu Qing. This person was from the Fish Dragon Manor. This Gu Manor was also a force in Foring City. Furthermore, he was from the Heavenly Saint Academy. If Lin Ling was not there, he would be the youngest marshal among the 6 battalions. Most importantly, he had another identity. He was Lei Tianlan's fiancé. His fiancé had almost been taken advantage of. Naturally, he was the most furious. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Yu Yu and the others also received the news. They were all worried about Lin Ling. However, Vice Dean Gong comforted them. Lin Ling was a blessed person. He would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. What a sinister Lei Tianlan. She was greedy for Brother Ling's spacetime divine steel. Seeing that her plan was exposed, she slandered Brother Ling and humiliated her. What a slut. Sister Gu, we have to work hard. We have to catch up to Lei Tianlan before Brother Ling comes back. We will avenge Brother Ling. Okay. Yu and the others were filled with fighting spirit. They started to work hard. Although they did not know whether Lin Ling was still alive, they still comforted themselves. After all, they firmly believed that Lin Ling would not die so easily. Chapter 2605. A Glimmer of Hope. At the same time, no one knew that Lin Ling and Queen Qianji were still shooting down from the cliff. Moreover, a terrifying suction force was born, pulling at them, making it difficult for them to resist. As for Lin Ling, his mind was still being burned by the immortal wine. But on the brink of death, he forced himself to calm down. This cliff is so deep. We have been falling for half a day. Queen Qianji supported Lin Ling with a grim face. However, at last, a huge whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the cliff. The whirlpool spun as if it was a forbidden land of death. The rocks and grass at the edge of the cliff were sucked into it and immediately turned into ashes. Rumble. A terrifying suction force was born, and the vortex was just like the eye of the heavens. Not good, we've encountered a great vortex formed by the collision of two worlds. Lin Ling's expression became even more solemn. It had to be known that when two worlds collided, a terrifying impact force would be born. This was especially true for great worlds, and this kind of impact force would intertwine with each other and eventually form a vortex. Let alone a true god, even a martial god would not dare to easily approach these whirlpools. Are we going to die? Hearing this, Queen Qianji's face turned pale. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling's eyes were also fixed on the cliff. No wonder the old witch didn't chase after him. It turned out that the bottom of the cliff was a forbidden area with no chance of survival. Lin Ling, I originally wanted to watch you grow up and defeat the Sovereign Marquis for me. Unfortunately, this wish of mine will not be fulfilled. Perhaps I am a jinx who will drag down the people around me for the rest of my life. As death approached, Queen Qianji's voice became softer. She, who used to be as domineering as a queen, now revealed a timid attitude. In the past, because of me, my entire clan was wiped out. I've felt guilty for 10,000 years. Because I was the one who brought the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven wielding here. I let down my people and caused their deaths. Qianji's tears flowed down her cheeks. Lin Ling was stunned. This was the first time he saw Qianji's weak side. He could imagine the pain in Qianji's heart. She had been responsible for the deaths of her clan for 10,000 years. No wonder Qianji was so fierce to everyone. If it weren't for the deal between them, she wouldn't be with him. Let's not talk about this. Maybe I'm the one who caused you trouble. I'm a jinx. My family and friends suffered a lot. Lin Qianji suddenly, Queen Qianji, Qianji. Of Qianji, Qianji, of Qianji of Sovereign Heaven. Of Qianji, Qianji of Qianji, Qian of Sovereign Heaven. So what if I'm unlucky? Of Qian of Sovereign God of Sovereign of Qian Ian of Sovereign of Sovereign Qian of Qian Ling of Sovereign Qian Qof Qian of. No, that wasn't confidence, but tenacity. Of her of heaven. Moreover, we still have a glimmer of hope. Lin Ling's 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes were also staring at the vortex. He was determined to fight to the death. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility in the universe. Everything has its weakness. He forcefully suppressed the effect of the wine and calmed down. Then, he used his 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes to find the weakness of the vortex. The vortex kept spinning. If one could find the path of the vortex and enter it, they would not be torn apart. Instead, they would be carried away by the vortex. Of course, it was easier said than done. However, Lin Ling did not have much time left. The two of them were like dust. They were getting closer and closer to the giant eye. From afar, it was a spectacular scene. Those who were not mentally stable would have fainted. 12:00. 3:00. 6:00. Lin Ling kept shouting and pointing out directions. The vortex's path was constantly changing. Of course, the 1,000 mammoth demonic eyes kept changing directions to avoid being torn apart. All right. Life and death. This is the moment. If I, Lin Ling, die, I will be satisfied. Before I die, I can take a beauty with me. That is enough. Finally, Lin Ling shouted. Beside him, the 1,000 mammoth demonic eyes was stunned. Then, she could not help but laugh. Lin Ling was very carefree. Of course, she knew that Lin Ling did not want her to feel too much pressure. Lin Ling did not want to die. Also, there were too many people waiting for Lin Ling's return. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. The two of them were sucked into the vortex. At this moment, everything in the world disappeared without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, a young man quietly floated up from a raging river with towering waves. With the impact of the waves, he was gradually washed to the shore. The young man's face was flushed, and there was a strong smell of alcohol coming from him. There's someone here. What a strong smell of alcohol. Could it be that this guy got drunk and then fainted in the furious Tiger River? If this guy died, he would be the most tragic person in the world. 3 days passed in a blur. Then, a series of exclamations could be heard from the riverside. The three figures looked at the young man in shock. Because of the alcohol smell on his body, they thought that he was a drunkard. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. A sweet voice quietly sounded. It was as if she was urging Lin Ling in his dreams. Lin Ling's long eyelashes fluttered. You. Subconsciously, he shouted out. I'm not you. The sweet voice sounded again. A man's deep voice came from the side. This kid is still alive. He's really lucky. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes after being gently pushed by several people. After being stunned for a moment, he subconsciously smiled and said, I'm not dead yet. Then, he realized that he was unharmed. But what about Queen Qianji? He could not help but check her condition. He realized that Queen Qianji was in a deep sleep in his body. She seemed to be seriously injured. He then remembered the huge vortex at the bottom of the cliff. He immediately understood that Queen Qianji was trying her best to protect him. In the end, she was seriously injured, but Lin Ling was unharmed. Of course, this also meant that Lin Ling was able to find a flaw in the huge vortex at the critical moment. He was not torn apart. As long as I'm alive, there's still hope. Lane Manor, I, Lin Ling, will find you sooner or later. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold and merciless. However, after he checked his body, he helplessly discovered that the power of the celestial wine was still there. It was as if his dantian had been sealed, making it difficult for him to activate all his power. Bad news. Chapter 2606. Another flame world fragment. Has this person gone crazy? Don't bother with him. In any case, he hasn't died and we've done what we should have done. At this time, an old man lightly said, causing Lin Ling to regain his composure. He discovered that there were 3 people in front of him. One was a 16 to 17-year-old girl. She was sweet and cute, and the long robes she wore were loose. The style of her robes was different from those of the Blue Province, but she wasn't too strong. She was only at the first level of the World King realm. As for the other two, they weren't much better. They were the old man and the big fellow. Both of them were only at the second level of the World King realm. These cultivations clearly couldn't threaten Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's dantian was sealed away, his godly demon body wasn't weak. According to his estimation, with his godly demon body, he could easily defeat a 5th-level World King powerhouse. Thank you for your help. May I ask where this is? Lin Ling wanted to quickly figure out where he was. As he spoke, the three people looked at Lin Ling with strange expressions. The old man frowned. You haven't sobered up yet. Hearing this, Lin Ling was left speechless. He casually found an excuse and said that after being drunk his mind was a bit fuzzy, thus he had forgotten many things. Hearing Lin Ling's explanation, the three people rolled their eyes. But as they saw that Lin Ling didn't release any spiritual energy, they also treated Lin Ling as an ordinary person. After some conversation, Lin Ling learned that this place was called the Flame World. Lin Ling was shocked. Could this place also be one of the Flame World fragments? It had to be known that at Radiant Academy, he had gone to one of the Flame World fragments. He also knew that the Flame World fragments had already been torn apart by the collision of powerhouses of the ancient era. Thus, it wasn't strange for one of the fragments to appear here. But, did the great vortex below the cliff lead to one of the Flame World fragments? No. The great vortex was born from the collision of worlds. This meant that after passing through the great vortex, one could appear in any corner of the universe. It was just that Lin Ling's luck was bad and he had arrived here. I need to wait for a period of time to make a breakthrough in my boundary. So, I can use this time to improve my ultimate flame path. Lin Ling thought to himself. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. While he was thinking, the three of them had already moved on. They were going to the Yen Emperor sect to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony. The Yen Emperor sect was one of the top sects in the Flame World. It had to be known that in the Flame World, all martial artists cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods. However, fire attribute cultivation methods were extremely rare and only appeared in ancient sects. Therefore, all martial artists in the Flame World hoped to join an ancient sect and cultivate a supreme cultivation method. Lin. And. Wait, are you going to participate in the recruitment ceremony? I want to join too. Can you bring me along? Lin Ling hurriedly shouted. The three people in front stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In their hearts, Lin Ling was a drunkard and an ordinary person. He wanted to join the recruitment ceremony. It was not that they looked down on him. It was just that Lin Ling had left them with a terrible impression. He fell into a river while drunk and almost drowned. Was there anyone more idiotic than him in this world? Brat, do you know what you are saying? The old man's expression was filled with suspicion. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had cultivated for 1,000 years. In terms of age, he was probably older than the old man. He just looked younger. I want to join the Flame Emperor sect's recruitment ceremony. Then, Lin Ling said word by word to prove that he was not joking. However, after hearing his words, not only did the three of them not believe him, but they became even more suspicious. This young man had a delicate appearance, but they did not expect him to be brain damaged by alcohol. The Flame Emperor sect was the most prestigious sect in the Flame World. All cultivators yearned for it. How could it be so easy to join? Then let's bring him along. However, the young girl smiled and nodded. Even if he doesn't succeed, at least let him experience it. Miss, you are so kind. The old man and the other person sighed. Then, the four of them immediately set off. Along the way, Lin Ling found out that the young girl was called Yang Xiaotian. She was the daughter of a rich family. She represented Yang Jiazhen in the recruitment ceremony. Yang Jiazhen had placed all his hopes on Yang Xiaotian. He hoped that his daughter would become a dragon. He hoped that she would become outstanding. Yang Xiaotian also knew the expectations of her father. Therefore, she placed great importance on the recruitment ceremony. Lin Ling could even see that Yang Xiaotian was very nervous. Lin Ling recalled his memories of the time when he was learning martial arts in the Gu Yan sect. At that time, he was also very nervous. Look on the bright side. Sometimes, there is not only one path to take in martial arts. Lin Ling smiled and comforted her. For a young girl like Yang Xiaotian, entering a powerful sect was the only way out. But in reality, when Yang Xiaotian grew up, she would know that the path of martial arts was not the final choice. What do you know? However, the old man and the man immediately refuted. They thought that Lin Ling was teaching Yang Xiaotian bad things. They looked down on Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. At such a young age, he was fond of wine and did not do proper work. They thought that he would not have any future. Hearing this, Lin Ling shrugged and did not speak anymore. Along the way, the old man looked down on Lin Ling even more. His words were filled with disdain. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would teach his young miss bad things. After a day, the so-called Flame Emperor sect appeared in the mountains ahead. Flames soared into the sky and burned the huge mountain. What was surprising was that when they got close, they could not feel any heat. Flame World Fragment. Lin Ling frowned. He felt the flames in his body boiling, as if there was a call. What's going on? What? Lin Ling was shocked. He then realized that the evil flame change seemed to have produced an anomaly. Is the evil flame change reacting to the Flame World Fragment? What is it hiding? Lin Ling was puzzled. But now, he could only enter the Flame Emperor sect to find out everything. Lin Ling's constantly changing expression made the old man and the man smile even more disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was shocked by the grandeur of the Flame Emperor sect. As expected, he was a country bumpkin. The disciple recruitment ceremony has ended. Everyone, please return. At this time, a voice came from the ancient mountain gate, causing the expressions of many youths at the foot of the mountain to change drastically. Because they had not participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony yet. We're late. But the disciple recruitment ceremony is today. Yang Xiaotian's expression also changed drastically. They had come from afar, but if they were chased away, how could they return to their hometown? Isn't the disciple recruitment ceremony 3 days? Of course, the surrounding youths who were learning martial arts immediately asked, unwilling to give up. Moreover, they saw that there were still youths walking down the stairs and entering the Flame Emperor sect. This stunned them. Chapter 2607. You're the one who was beaten by me. Moreover, if the young miss were to return in failure, everyone would kick her while she was down. There would be many people in Yangjiajin who would laugh at her. Thinking of this, the old man quickly walked over. And in front of the steps leading to the entrance, there were a dozen figures standing there. They wore blue robes and had their hands behind their backs. Although they weren't old, they had a dignified air about them. As for their strength, they weren't weak. They were all at the second stage of the World King realm. Of course, this strength was still weak to Lin Ling. Seniors, isn't this disciple recruitment ceremony supposed to last for 3 days? The old man cupped his hands together and bowed, his attitude very humble. Old man, are you deaf? If I say it's over, it's over. One of the youths indifferently said, his words mixed with a domineering aura. But them. The old man immediately pointed to the front. There were still youths walking up the steps. At this time, the blue-robed youths all smiled meaningfully. The leader didn't speak. He gently stretched out a hand. The old man was also a shrewd person. He immediately understood and quickly took out some spirit stones with a smile. It turned out that the disciple recruitment ceremony hadn't ended, but the disciples guarding the entrance were greedy. If they didn't pay up, they would directly tell them to scram. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to curry favor with me? Who do you think I am? Scram immediately. However, after the spirit stones were taken out, the blue-robed youth was clearly disdainful. To him, spirit stones weren't even worth his attention, unless he had flame crystals. Country bumpkin, scram. The other blue-robed disciples also angrily shouted, as if they were being mocked. Ah! The old man clearly couldn't react in time. Pang! But at this time, the blue-robed youth had already attacked. He kicked out, sending the old man tumbling away like a gourd. Do you want me to kick you before you scram? Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. Suddenly, they understood that the old man's reward was too small. The Flame Emperor's sect's disciples didn't even care. However, to Yang Xiaotian, those spirit stones were equivalent to Yang Zhezhen's annual income. Yang Xiaotian could still vaguely remember how her grandfather's aged hands trembled when he passed those spirit stones to her. Because these spirit stones were spirit stones that the Yang family had scrimped and saved for. However, this blood and sweat was simply unworthy of the eyes of others. This meant that Yang Xiaotian had been eliminated. The old man sat on the ground, clenching his fists and pounding the ground in pain. He also understood what had happened. They didn't give enough money. It's all my fault, all my fault. The old man continuously slapped his own face. He felt extremely guilty and tears streamed down his face. If I had worked harder, Miss would have been able to enter the Yen Emperor sect. He screamed in pain, but the youths nearby didn't sympathize with him. Instead, they sneered. They obviously couldn't wait to have one less competitor. Some people even laughed out loud. Uncle Shu, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Yang Xiaotian's face was covered in tears as well. She helped the old man to his feet, but their expressions were extremely sad as well. Because they were about to return home. However, at this moment, a figure walked out and slowly walked towards the blue-robed young man. What are you doing? The man beside the old man immediately cried out in alarm, because the young man who walked out was actually the drunkard Lin Ling. But Lin Ling didn't seem to hear his shouts. He arrived in front of the blue-robed youth and looked at him indifferently. What's the meaning of this? The blue-robed youth clearly didn't understand Lin Ling's actions. Slap. But in the next moment, he understood. The crisp sound of a slap landed on his face, and it was from the person in front of him. You hit me. This time, the blue-robed youth was shocked. The Yen Emperor sect disciples behind him were also shocked. Even the youths who were about to give him money were all gaping in shock. To them, the Yen Emperor sect was no different from a divine gate in the sky. It was something they had to look up to. In fact, they didn't even dare to speak loudly here. But this guy had slapped the Yen Emperor sect disciple. Is this guy crazy? In fact, even Yang Xiaotian and the rest were dumbfounded. Could it be that Lin Ling was drunk again? Yes, I hit you. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Xiaotian and the rest, he had seen how much importance Yang Xiaotian placed on this disciple recruitment. But because of their greed, these guys had forcefully wiped out a young girl's wish. Lin Ling couldn't stand it anymore. So, he made a move. Do you know who I am? The blue-robed youth touched his cheek and laughed crazily. Slap. But what greeted him was a slap, a crisp slap. I only know that you are the one who was slapped by me. After the slap, there were still those lazy words. This tyrannical action undoubtedly silenced everyone. The old man was the first to react. This has nothing to do with us. This guy is drunk. He's using alcohol as an excuse to go crazy. In fact, he didn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. But obviously, it was better to distance himself from this matter. However, the Yan Emperor's sect disciples didn't care about him at all. They were furious. Kill him. The young man in the lead roared out. Boom. The Yan Emperor's sect was an extremely famous sect in the flame world. When had they ever been humiliated like this? So, the disciples attacked one after another. Flames erupted from their bodies. Between their fists and palms, flames soared to the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. From afar, it looked like countless infernal gods had attacked. What a powerful move. The surrounding youths didn't care about Lin Ling's safety. Instead, they were shocked by the Yan Emperor sect's moves. As expected of the Yan Emperor sect, these martial arts were so profound. In their hearts, they were afraid that Lin Ling would be burned alive. Moreover, everything went smoothly. Lin Ling didn't do anything and was hit by a large number of disciples just like that. When will this guy wake up? Sigh, drinking has killed him. The old man sighed softly. Lin Ling didn't fight back. He thought that Lin Ling had drunk too much. But at this moment, a loud boom sounded, as if a giant had descended. Bang, bang, bang. The Yan Emperor's sect disciples flew out like kites with their strings cut. It was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of everyone. The most frightening thing was that he was safe and sound. Such a scene was no doubt demonic. After all, everyone had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any spiritual energy in his body. He was simply an ordinary person among ordinary people. However, such an ordinary person was actually able to face the siege of the Yan Emperor sect's disciples and remain unscathed. This couldn't be a dream, right? What's going on? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, a meteor shot out from the mountain and smashed into the ground. Rumble. The ground shook. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man slowly stood up and looked at everyone indifferently. He wore a red robe and looked ordinary, but he had the aura of an infernal god's fury. Lin Ling also smiled as he looked at this person. To his surprise, he discovered that this fellow actually had an 8th grade awakened divine body. However, his realm wasn't high, only at the 8th stage of the World King realm. He was a martial artist who had talent but couldn't display it. Chapter 2608. The Secret of the Yan Emperor Sect. Elder, this person is openly attacking in the Yan Emperor Sect. The disciples climbed to their feet and spoke angrily. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In the end, he said indifferently, "Your strength is not simple." Although Lin Ling looked very young, he was able to defeat the guarding disciple. His strength was indeed impressive. Most importantly, he discovered that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any spiritual energy in his body. If he was already so powerful without any spiritual energy, what would happen if he cultivated the Yan Emperor sect's cultivation technique and developed spiritual energy? He was obviously a genius. The surrounding people also felt that something was amiss. Could it be that the middle-aged man had developed a fondness for talent? However, Lin Ling's following words caused everyone to be dumbstruck, including the middle-aged man. Your talent is not bad. Lin Ling's words were like the advice of a senior, and there was no respect in his tone. At this moment, the crowd began to wonder if Lin Ling would be beaten to death by that senior. Ha, interesting. Follow me into the Yan Emperor sect. However, the middle-aged man didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled appreciatively. Elder, this. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. They wanted to see Lin Ling being taught a lesson. I know about your little tricks in front of the mountain gate, and I don't object. But don't go too far. The middle-aged man looked around and his voice turned cold. Hearing this, the faces of the surrounding disciples turned pale, and they did not dare to speak anymore. As for Lin Ling, he followed the middle-aged man into the Yan Emperor's sect. The whole process was very casual. He's actually so powerful. Yang Xiaotian and the others were stunned on the spot, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was he still the alcoholic in their hearts? Was this still a youth who didn't do proper work? This was especially true for the old man and the young man. Their faces were filled with embarrassment, but very quickly, sadness took over their faces. This was because they were about to return home and face Yang Jiazhen's ridicule. Yang Xiaotian, what are you still standing there for? However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded out, causing Yang Xiaotian to be stunned. She discovered that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. Didn't you want to enter the Yan Emperor sect and win glory for your hometown? Why are you still in a daze? Lin Ling's voice floated over again. Boom! Yang Xiaotian's heart immediately thundered as tears rolled down her cheeks. Young miss, can she do it? That elder was also like this, extremely excited. It should be fine. At least this uncle, no, this senior didn't object. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man nodded. To him, Lin Ling was a genius and was worthy of entering the Yan Emperor sect. As for Yang Xiaotian, she was dispensable. If she wanted to enter the Yan Emperor sect, then so be it. All right. Seeing the middle-aged man nod, Yang Xiaotian shouted excitedly and ran towards Lin Ling. She knew very well that if it weren't for Lin Ling, she would have gone home in disgrace. When she got home, she would only be able to see her grandfather sighing incessantly and receive the ridicule of her neighbors. But now, she had been reborn and had entered the Yan Emperor sect. Thank you, thank you. The elder kept shouting and almost knelt down to express his gratitude. Moreover, when he thought of how he had mocked Lin Ling along the way, he immediately felt guilty. Especially when Lin Ling had taught those disciples a lesson, he had distanced himself from Lin Ling. This made it even harder for him to raise his head and look at Lin Ling. Fortunately, the young man didn't seem to care about all this. This made the elder suddenly think that the young man and him were from different worlds. It seems like they didn't need to go through the test and directly became disciples of the Yan Emperor sect. No way, this seems very unfair. I'm so envious of them. Impossible, the Yan Emperor sect has its own rules. They definitely have to test them. The surrounding youths were all envious. The two of them have completely become disciples of the Yan Emperor sect. But at this time, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the youths. After saying this, he led Lin Ling and Yang Xiaotian forward. He was an elder, so he had the final say. The surrounding youths were all stunned and even more envious. Of course, even so, after entering the Yan Emperor sect, the elders still specially tested Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he naturally passed the test with ease, alarming a group of elders. In fact, Lin Ling had restrained himself. Otherwise, it would have alerted the entire Yan Emperor sect. In the following days, Lin Ling obtained the Yan Emperor sect's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, it didn't catch his eye at all. Of course, he was only putting on an act to cultivate a little. In fact, he was more curious about the Yan Emperor sect's secret. This was because during this period of time, he had discovered that his demonic flame transformation seemed to have changed even more. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered something like this. After all, the demonic flame transformation was just a cultivation technique. It seemed to have awakened a spirit of its own. It was extremely strange. This meant that the Yan Emperor's sect definitely had something that could move the demonic flame transformation. However, Lin Ling didn't dare to investigate carelessly. After all, the overall strength of the Yan Emperor sect wasn't strong. However, he had secretly investigated and found that there was an expert hidden here who couldn't be underestimated. His strength was around the stage 3 true god realm. Before he made a breakthrough in his realm, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't alert the enemy. Once he entered the true god realm, Lin Ling believed that the mysterious expert wouldn't be his match. Besides that, Lin Ling also began to look for a way out. However, when he checked the ancient records, he discovered that this place was huge and there seemed to be no way out. If there was, it might be in the Yan Emperor sect. This was because it was recorded in the ancient records that a long, long time ago, the martial artists here didn't practice martial arts. Later on, many mysterious people came from nowhere and created several sections. In the end, martial arts became rampant in this world. To the people of this world, practicing martial arts was the only way out. It was also the only way to become a top person. All of this made Lin Ling guess that these mysterious people might not be local residents, but outsiders. Obviously, they were trapped here, and in the end, martial arts sprouted and took in disciples. Therefore, if he could reach the peak of this fragment, he would definitely be able to find a way out. While he was investigating, Lin Ling was also cultivating. He had a feeling that if he broke through, both of his dantians would enter the true god realm. In addition to the Ashura sword formation and evil flame change, he was confident that he wouldn't be afraid of a stage 2 true god. He might even be able to fight a stage 3 true god. At that time, he would be able to defeat Lei Tianlan easily. Other than cultivating, Lin Ling would also check on Qian Ji Queen occasionally. However, she seemed to be heavily injured and was in a deep sleep. Lin Ling, are you there? On this day, in Lin Ling's quiet wooden house, a smile could be heard. It was Yang Xiaotian. Yang Xiaotian had already treated Lin Ling as a big brother. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she would secretly ask Lin Ling for advice. The results were good. Especially when it came to fire-based martial arts. Lin Ling's answers were more comprehensive than the elders in the sect. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling's cultivation increased very slowly during the test, Yang Xiaotian would have treated Lin Ling as an elder.